with A, B, C, D. And I think that is what will bring back the confidence that we all want. So I will let him see that.
Just a few days ago, the conversation, and you're watching again live pictures from the Chamber of Parliament, and as always, what the Marshal of Parliament would do is to make sure, by way of protocol, they put in the maize, and the maize is what is in the middle, that very stuff in there. And then also you'll find that usually as the protocol and the procedure is, on the right of the speaker are seated the majority side of Parliament, and then also on the left is the minority side of Parliament. Invariably, you will also find that as you watch TV3 live, if you're also listening on 3FM 92.7, the minority seem to be in black, well attired, black, and then the majority in white. This is symptomatic of many of the scenes we've seen over the years when it comes to all presidents of the Republic addressing Parliament on the state of the nation. Importantly also, it also signifies what we could also envisage to see. Usually placards or papers with inscriptions as to whether the country is being managed adequately. Again, reflecting the content of the state of the nation by such presidents, just like today's President John Dramani Mahama will be. Of course, this also was undertaken by the NDC side during the period of Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo when he was president. And these live pictures, certainly, as well as the audio, you are going to get across our streams. TV3 Ghana, 3FM 92.7, across social media, whether it's Facebook, X, formerly known as Twitter, and then also YouTube and the relevant social media platforms. What you need to do is to, again, tell us what are your expectations, where you live in Ghana, what you have observed so far, what is your state of Ghana. What is your state of Ghana? We have also seated right here in the studio, Dr. Dennis Botte. He's a professional health practitioner as well. He's also a medical health entrepreneur, and so he also comes here with great expertise as well. And thank you for joining us, Dr. Dennis Botte.
Thank you, Roland.
And then political analyst, lecturer, he's a regular across our various platforms here on Media General, whether it's TV3, Onuya, 3FM. We have Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere. He's a political analyst and a lecturer with the University of Cape Coast as well. Thank you for joining us, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere.
Thank you, Roland.
Great. Let me start with you, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere. The symbolism of this, and then this being the first for the president, but knowing that this is his second term, and so it is not something he's not accustomed to or new to. What do you think should be the posture in relation to what already he has just said in the immediate past or the last few days regarding Ghana?
Well, I think that, let me say good morning, first of all, to you and to your viewers. This opportunity that the president has had is to be used not as another propaganda platform. We saw a situation where not too long ago, the SONA was virtually becoming a propaganda platform, where the former president virtually, made us know certain things that were not real. Like, for example, 2023 one where he told us they had built over 12,000 kilometers of road fresh. 2024, he revises the note. He realized that no, what he said was not factual. And so this opportunity that has been given to Mr. Mahama once again is something that is very rare in most economies and most countries, very rare, that you get opportunity, you are booted out, and then you get another opportunity again. So I am of the view that his loss in 2016 was rather a good omen for him, because the aura surrounding him is so magnificent that I wasn't surprised when, for example, Global Info Analytics brought a new data indicating that over 80-something% Ghanaians are in support or what is the approval rate of the president. And that about 68% or so say that Ghana is now headed in the right direction. So I wasn't surprised. So I believe that this is not going to be another platform for propaganda. We need to see the true state of the nation. I would have wished that he would have given the state of the nation after the economic dialogue. You see, after they are done with their job, you see, then he would have been able to get the actual detail, suggestions and recommendations from that committee. But I'm very sure that they might have given him some kind of information that he would definitely use in this.
What we do know is that you look at Article 67, it does say that this has to be undertaken at the beginning of this parliament and then is dissolution as well. Because the economic dialogue, we're told, will be convened after the budget. So certainly that would also put matters into perspective. There are key considerations that will have to be made. The president is supposed to be unifying the country because his utterances have indicated that things are so bad that he even labels Ghana and the way the economy was managed by the past administration led by Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as well as Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia as a crime scene. It presupposes that there are issues of malfeasance, maladministration, perhaps improper issues in relation to expenditure, etc. What sort of tone should the State of the Nation address be?
This cannot be business as usual.
It cannot be business as usual?
No, it cannot be business as usual State of the Nation address, no. He will need to justify, right? He will definitely need to justify why Ghana is a crime scene. So in as much as it's not supposed to be divisive, right, you cannot also gloss over glaringly things that have gone so bad. And of course, you were saying something before I joined. The state of the economy is in that person's pocket, right? It couldn't have been a fluke that a debt portfolio of 120 billion rises to, what, 730, 740 billion. It's not a fluke. It means that certain things did not go rightly. And if indeed it did not, then it means that the nation was recklessly managed. And that recklessness, the commander-in-chief of the Ghana Armed Forces, the president himself, is supposed to justify that. So you cannot just say that Ghana is a crime scene when you don't have any further and better particulars. Because when you say things of that nature, one, you are going to court sympathy of the outside world, right? That you want to do something right by the nation. Therefore, you will need their help. That is one. Now, if you're also not able to justify that convincingly, then it means that you are also exposing us to less investor confidence. You get my point? So it means if you are not able to justify that, then investors will think that, hey, if you are not careful, this haircut could also come again. But once you justify that and you choose a path that is convincing to the investors, like for example, paying off the bonds, right, just last week or this week, it gives
of maturing coupons.
Maturing coupons. It gives the investors confidence that the economy is in the right hands and they will ensure that the right things are done. So that is a two-edged sword. If you say Ghana is a crime scene based upon the recklessness of the previous government, you will have to justify that in the State of the Nation address. And then, as you said during your inaugural speech, you said that Ghana is ready for business. So you are supposed to create the enabling environment that will ensure that things of that nature happen. People are talking about cost of doing business in this country being very high. So the first budget of Dr. Atufo will equally show the way. Of course, the president will give us some snippets of what we are to expect as far as the budget is concerned.
Okay. And because the president is at the crossroads when it comes to a lot of what many would term legacy projects, and key among them will be the 111 hospitals that have been left for him to complete or continue construction. And all the latest information is indicating only one has been fully constructed, even then not good enough to be operationalized. Dr. Dennis Bote, and because you are a health entrepreneur with HealthNet, it also means that you tend to look at it from a certain lens about what the Ghanaian could afford, what the health system of Ghana can undertake, and then whether our coffers could be able to fund these projects that have become legacy debts. That's what Dennis Bote.
Yes, thank you, Roland, one more time. I have maintained that the Agenda 111 idea was a very unrealistic project.
Unrealistic?
Unrealistic.
Why unrealistic?
It's unrealistic because at the time that that idea was propounded, we were in the dying embers of COVID, and the nation was more like, excuse my word, in the quagmire, we're in the deep hole. And we have blamed almost every other problem we've had in this country on the COVID and the Ukraine-Russian war. So why would we be in this state and still say that we are going to build 111 hospitals? It started with 88.
Yes, I remember in April, exactly. In April 2020.
And I thought that was a tall order. I even thought that was unrealistic. Then to move it more notches up to 111, I knew that we just want to tickle ourselves and laugh. Now, down the lane, you realize that from the president is in this last State of the Nation's address mentioned a certain number of hospitals that either have been completed or are certain stages.
You mean the former president?
Yeah, the former president, and Akufo-Addo. Now, we are hearing that only one has been completed, and even that is not in a usable state. Now, I went back to look at what the former Minister of Health also had to say about how much had been committed to contractors in terms of putting up buildings of this Agenda 111 in different sites dotted around the country. And if my memory serves me right, about $365 million has been paid out to
okay, just hold on there. So you're also watching live pictures from Parliament. We already have some key individuals who are ministers of state. I see a former Deputy Minister for the Interior, James Agalga, in the current Foreign Affairs Minister. Also in your picture, that is Samuel Okudzeto-Ablako, who also doubles as the Member of Parliament for North Tongue. A number of individuals, the Minister of Education also in there, and then also the Chief Whip for the majority side, Roxy Nelson Dapamakbo, who also is in there. It looks like all of them seem to be cladded again. We're re-emphasizing in white. The Chief Justice in your pictures currently, as part of the protocols, will need to be seated, and so is there, and so will be sandwiching the President alongside. And then also we have the Speaker of Parliament thereof. But these individuals who are leading the bench then will buy into your idea or not buy into your idea about whether Agenda 111 and its continuation by way of the construction will be critical. Because for you, they have to be at a certain standard. Is that what you're saying, Dr. Dennis Bote?
Oh, that's exactly what I'm saying. I mean, the past has always been an image of what people did or thought.
I see.
And it becomes an incentive for us either to emulate or live above. So if we saw what happened in the previous NDC administration, where we saw the likes of Dodowa Hospital, and we saw the likes of Ga East, we saw the likes of UGMC, and we saw the likes of even Rich Hospital just close by, we would expect that that becomes a benchmark for us to either emulate to that level or live above. But we can decide to just do 111 hospitals and they can still be substandard. But if you look at how much in terms of the cost that was propounded to cost, how much it will cost the country in terms of something billion, as indicated by the previous minister,
then that becomes problematic. We'll come talk about the cost, because also in the invited guests, not only from the diplomatic corps, we have former President John Ejekom Kufuor, former First Lady Nana Akufo-Addo Rawlings, former Lands and Natural Resources Minister also there, and key individuals, Sami Jinapo, and then also former Minister for Works and Housing, all of them right there. The Busumi, Home Member of Parliament, also there, and some of these new entrants into Parliament who are also seated, laying in wait, expecting. Now, they have some of these projects also dotted in their constituencies. If the cost becomes an issue, knowing that we're a country, I have to say that not doing very well, or not having done, at some point even close or closely linked to Sri Lanka, where we had people ravaging, entering the presidential palace, etc.
Yeah, we nearly got there.
It means that we have to dig deep and be innovative about how we get to continue these projects.
Exactly.
How do we do that?
So I think that for me, when I did the metrics, I did the calculations, the cost as propounded by the former Minister of Health, $7.6 billion, and to use that for 111 hospitals, averagely you're looking at about $63 million per hospital. And if you look at how much has been spent and nothing is showing in terms of completion, that $363 million could have been used to finish 5 of them. And
at least.
At least. And put them in a usable state, accessible state. Because, yes, I understand the fact that when it comes to healthcare, the deficit infrastructure is huge in Ghana. Do we need 111 hospitals? Yes, we do. And even more. We actually need even more than 111 hospitals. But in our state at the moment, it was simply unrealistic. And in such situations, the best thing is to use our resources wisely and use it to develop what we can so that people can have access. Now, where we are now, I don't even think, in my expectation of what the president is going to say, I don't even think in the next 4 years we can be able to complete all these 111 hospitals.
Because of the state.
Because of the state in which we are. Unless we can pull out some magic. If private sector is going to come in, then we can be able to marshal forces and get this done.
Dr. Dennis Botte, because you're into private health entrepreneurship, it's very important that I get that perspective from you, because in private sector-led entrepreneurship, you pay, and then you augment that with whatever it is you are paying by way of the insurances that you've been able to sign on to. If we have to undertake a target, 111 hospitals, let's say 1 completed, how many do you think the president, John Dramani Mahama, should realistically tell Ghanaians that, looking at the state of Ghana today, and individuals who are already live, like Kojo Nkrumah, who has occupied the position of not only Information Ministry, Works and Housing Ministry, a deputy former education minister also there, etc., tell them that we can only complete 2 or 3 this year, and for these reasons. Why should he be very categorical about that?
Because we have sunk money into the ground, and we can't reap the benefits thereof in the shortest possible time, as you'd expect. Yes, when we have these hospitals, it becomes a source of employment for health workers, and other ancillary job opportunities come with it. But I would advise that the president should be realistic and look at how many can be realistically completed in the next 4 years. Already, I know that there were other hospitals under his previous tenure that were not completed. And ideally, if resources are channeled there, at least have those ones completed. I don't know about the, is it the one that, like a 37 military hospital in the
Afari military hospital.
I mean, I see, all these things are there that these monies could have been channeled. It would still have reduced the infrastructure burden. But what we have dotted around the country, as I said, I was in one part of the country and I saw one of these hospitals that I didn't even know it was a hospital. I just went close and asked some of the inhabitants, what is this? This is one of the Agenda 111. I said, wow. I just bowed my head and said, wow.
And you looked surprised.
I was
okay. Well, we have to take you live to Parliament, and the chamber proceedings have started. The president in tow, led by the speaker, all getting into the chamber.
Honorable members, the House is extremely privileged to have the presence of His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces in this August chamber. His Excellency the President is here in accordance with Article 67 of the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation to this honorable House. On behalf of leadership and honorable members, it is my privilege and singular honor to welcome His Excellency the President of the Republic to this August House. Honorable members, before I invite His Excellency the President to deliver a message on the state of the nation, I shall recognize the presence in this chamber of the following distinguished personalities. Honorable members, we have to prepare for all eventualities. We have the following distinguished dignitaries with us. Definitely, after welcoming His Excellency the President, he is not here alone. He's present here with his spouse, by the name Her Excellency Lordina Mahama. We have the Vice President, Her Excellency Professor Nana Jane Opoku Ajiman. We have the Chief Justice, Her Ladyship Gertrude Tokonu. We also have the spouse of the Chief Justice, Mr. Francis Tokonu. And definitely the spouse of the Speaker, Madame Linda Ofosua Obo. We have the Chief of Staff, Honorable Julius Debra. And we have a number of our Lordship, the Justices of the Superior Court of Judicature with us here. We also have the Chairman of the Council of State, our former Speaker, Right Honorable Eduardo Ajaho. And we have the former President, always present, His Excellency John Ajekum Kufuor. Honorable members, order, order, order. Honorable members, please, we are recognizing those present. Honorable members, we also have the former First Lady, the evergreen, ever-present, Her Excellency Nana Konadu Agyeman-Rawlings. We have with us the National Chairman of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Johnson Asiedu Nketia. We also have the National Chairman of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Stephen Ayensu Ntim. We have the General Secretary of the National Democratic Congress, Mr. Fivi Viavi Kwete. And we have the General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, Mr. Justin Frimpong Kodia. We have, as usual, our Excellencies, the diplomatic corps of the various countries in Ghana. You can see, as usual, they have come in their numbers. We are extremely grateful for your presence. And we have the couples, the heads of the various security services with us. And we have our revered chiefs, queens, and queen mothers with us here. And the various heads of all the religious bodies we have in this country. We'll also have the former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Emmanuel Anyimedu, and the recently outgone former clerk to Parliament, Mr. Cyril Kwabena Oteng Insia. Honorable members, in the meantime, this is the list of the dignitaries that I have who are present here with us. May I now, on your behalf, and with the greatest pleasure, invite His Excellency the President to deliver his message. Your Excellency, you may do so now.
Thank you very much, the Right Honorable Speaker, Your Excellency the Vice President, Your Excellency the spouse of the President, Your Ladyship the Chief Justice, our honorable members of Parliament, honorable members of the Judiciary, distinguished leaders of our security services, Your Excellencies, members of the Diplomatic Corps, our revered Nime Name, chiefs, traditional rulers, religious leaders, the national chairmen of political parties and executives, the good people of Ghana, I wish you a very good morning. Mr. Speaker, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that the President address the people of Ghana in whom sovereignty resides on the state of the nation. About 30 years ago, in 1996, I took my first steps in public service when I was elected to this august house as a member of parliament for the Bole Bamboy constituency. For 12 memorable years, I forged many enduring friendships and alliances while working with colleagues from both sides of the House to shape Ghana's legislative agenda and advance the development of our beloved country, Ghana. It has also been nearly a decade since I said goodbye to this House after delivering what many, including myself, thought at the time would be my final address to Parliament. God Almighty, Providence, and the unpredictability of life have summoned me here once again. On the back of a historic electoral mandate from the people of Ghana to deliver a message on the state of the nation. That mandate came with an unprecedented majority in Parliament. And here I am once again to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I wish to convey my heartfelt gratitude to Parliament for the prompt vetting and approval of my nominees for ministerial positions. This efficiency is unmatched in the history of the Fourth Republic, demonstrating the strides we can make when we come together in our dedication to serve the people of our great country. I believe that a similar dispatch will be applied to the approval process for my deputy ministerial nominees. This will enable them to promptly assume office and assist their ministers in delivering our noble vision of resetting our dear nation. In making the nominations and considering the numbers involved, I considered the long expressed sentiment of the Ghanaian people about the sheer size of previous administrations and their associated cost implications. I trust that this significant reduction to 60 ministers and deputy ministers, including regional ministers, will set the stage for further reductions in the size of future governments. With the inauguration of the Council of State, we can begin appointing the staff of the presidency. I intend to significantly reduce the number of staff compared to what existed under previous administrations. All this is aimed at leading by example in cutting down government expenditure and reducing the budget deficit. Let me begin, Mr. Speaker, by invoking the timeless words of the hymnist John Oatman Jr., who encourages us to count our blessings and name them one by one. Yes, we're a nation troubled on many fronts, but we also have many blessings, among which is a now firmly established democracy that, for all its imperfections, has enabled 4 peaceful transfers of power in our land. Nestled in a sub-region that is often plagued by strife and political instability, there's a good reason to take sober satisfaction that these successful, peaceful power transfers have become routine. Mr. Speaker, 50 days ago, I took the solemn oath to assume leadership of this country and serve with truth and humility. This was preceded a month earlier by a watershed election that promised to revive our nation's fortunes and give us a new lease of life. The election result gave us an important opportunity to change course and move off the slippery slopes our country had been descending that had caused so much economic pain, suffering, and grief to our people. In their collective wisdom and with resounding clarity, the Ghanaian people chose to chart a new path to reset the country's economy. And through their votes, they made it clear that they will henceforth demand the highest standards of governance from those they put in positions of leadership. The good people of Ghana elected me to office with a historic electoral margin of nearly 1.7 million votes. Separating me from my next opponent, giving Ghanaians the first female vice president, Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman. For the National Democratic Congress, NDC, that resounding victory is a selfless call to duty, from a people who are tired of years of economic hardship and poor governance. That call therefore places an obligation on us and all who serve, including legislators from both sides of the House, to do our utmost with decency and humility to change the circumstances and the state of our country. Mr. Speaker, as I stated earlier, Article 67 of the 1992 Constitution requires that I give an account of the state of our nation to Parliament. I'm sad to report that the state of our nation is not good. Our economy is in crisis, and our people are suffering unprecedented hardships. Mr. Speaker, we will host a national economic dialogue on March 3rd and 4th. On March 11th, the Minister of Finance, on my behalf, will present the budget estimates for the financial year 2025 to this August House. These two events will allow us to present the real state of Ghana's economic crisis to the people. Mr. Speaker, it is not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. Mr. Speaker, it's not my style to lament and shift blame when confronted with challenges. My approach is to accept challenges and work hard to resolve them. Indeed, this is precisely what the people of Ghana elected me to do. I have therefore not come here to lament on the state of our country, though there's much to lament about. I understand why I was elected with such high voter confidence, and that is to solve Ghana's problems. With your permission, Mr. Speaker, and within the constraints of time, I'll take the liberty to elaborate on how we intend to address the numerous challenges facing us as a nation. Yesterday, February 26, 2025, marks exactly 10 years since I stood in this chamber, at this very spot, to declare my determination to fix Dumso, a legacy problem of power shortages. And Mr. Speaker, I fixed it. Yes, I promised to fix it, and I did. And I wish to place firmly on record that from January 2016 until I handed over the administration of this country on January 7, 2017, there was no power rationing or load management in Ghana. Mr. Speaker, today, inspired by the Almighty God and propelled by the massive mandate given to me by the good people of Ghana, I am moved to make a similar purposeful and bold declaration that I, John Dramani Mahama, I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. That I will fix the economic crisis confronting our country and reset it on a path of growth and prosperity. My government, working with you and every Ghanaian, will solve the challenges because we have developed the plan with our people's support. When I decided to run for president again, I did so because of what I knew about the state of our country. I was aware that huge problems awaited me upon assumption of office, but nothing could prepare anyone for the reality of the depths to which our economy and our governance had sunk. Our elders say that a frog's true length can be ascertained only after it has died. Apotrowa ni ehune tenten. And how right they were. It is common knowledge that our economy is in dire straits, which is putting it mildly, because an initial assessment of the books we have discovered, after initial assessment of the books, we have discovered that our economic problems are much deeper than was previously known. We have inherited a country that is broken on many fronts. The profundities of the challenges confronting us are staggering. We are saddled with staggering debts and glaring signs of almost deliberate and, in some cases, reckless mismanagement of our resources. Mr. Speaker, not even the restraints of an IMF program were enough for the previous economic managers to exercise prudence in managing our finances. After setting an inflation target of 18% by the end of 2024, the actual outturn was 23.8%, significantly higher than the threshold agreed with the IMF. The Ghana cedi continued its downward slide, losing 19% of its value against the dollar in 2024. It had already in the previous year lost 27.8% of its value. In addition to the public debt, which amounts to a staggering 721 billion cedis, several state-owned enterprises are also in debt, including the ECG, which owes 68 billion Ghana cedis. Ghana Cocoa Board, the hope of cocoa farmers, is also highly indebted. Its balance sheet indicates a total debt of 32.5 billion Ghana cedis, of which 9.7 billion is due to be paid at the end of September 2025. In 2023-2024 crop season, Cocoa Board was unable to supply 333,767 metric tons of cocoa, which it had sold at $2,600 per ton. As a result, the then management of Cocoa Board rolled over these contracts into the 2024-2025 season. Honorable members, Mr. Speaker, this implies that for every ton of cocoa delivered this year, in fulfillment of the rollover contracts, Cocoa Board and Ghanaian farmers are going to lose $4,000 in revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I address this Honorable House, Cocoa Board has supplied 210,000 tons out of the rolled over contract, resulting in a revenue loss of $840 million for both Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer. Mr. Speaker, Cocoa Board and the Ghanaian farmer will lose another $495 million by the time the board finishes supplying the remaining rolled over contracts. Additionally, cocoa road commitments alone total 21.7 billion cedis, of which only 4.4 billion is included in the total debt of 32.5 billion. This debt has arisen mainly because of the decision in 2019 and 2020 to award road contracts worth over $1 billion because of the election. Mr. Speaker, the energy sector faces significant financial challenges, primarily due to collection and system losses, non-compliance with the cash waterfall mechanism, and legacy debts. The financing shortfall has risen considerably to approximately $2.2 billion, or 34 billion Ghana cedis for 2025. And urgent measures will be needed to reduce it to sustainable levels and ultimately eliminate it. The financial sector continues to struggle despite the reportedly spending of $29.9 billion on the financial sector cleanup exercise up to date. Scant reserves were also left for debt servicing, despite implementing what may be considered the most severe and distressing economic policy in the annals of the Fourth Republic, if not in the entirety of our nation's history. And I'm referring to the domestic debt exchange program. This is in stark contrast to our actions in 2017 before we left office, when we allocated $250 million to the sinking fund handed over to the incoming government to service debts, Ghana's debts. There have been claims that buffers were left for debt repayments, oncoming debt repayment this year. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, let me give you the statement of account for the debt service reserve account, which is also popularly referred to as the sinking fund. This fund shows a balance of only $64,000 in the dollar account, $64,000 in the dollar account, and 143 million Ghana cedis in the CD account. The repercussions of the accumulation of debt and economic mismanagement will require extensive work and sacrifice to repair. In the next 4 years, to put things in context for you, Mr. Speaker, in the next 4 years, our debt servicing will amount to 280 billion cedis. And this comprises of 150 billion for domestic debt and 130 billion in external debt servicing. Our catastrophic debt position has also severely impacted infrastructural projects that should have been completed. Currently, there are 55 stalled projects due to the default of debt and subsequent restructuring, with a total value of $2.95 billion not disbursed. The stalling of these projects is expected to result in a cost overrun of about 15 billion cedis. Mr. Speaker, notwithstanding this gloomy background, I remain committed to leading this government and taking every necessary step to reset our economy, getting things back on track, and working with the good people of our country to build the Ghana we want. Mr. Speaker, we are doubling our efforts to complete all outstanding structural reforms. Through the budget, we will implement corrective measures to restore fiscal discipline and debt sustainability. We're also working hard towards completing the upcoming 4th review of the IMF-supported program. The review is scheduled from April 2nd to April 15th, 2025, and the IMF Executive Board is expected to approve it in June of this year. As we have done previously, we're also building buffers in the sinking fund and adopting prudent debt management practices to ensure prompt repayment of upcoming domestic and external debt maturities. In this respect, government successfully honored the matured coupon payment of $6.081 billion in cash and $3.46 billion in kind, which was due in February 2025 to all domestic debt exchange program bondholders, fully paid. Mr. Speaker, the good news is that we have also built additional buffers in the sinking fund to honor the maturing bonds that are due in July and August. And so bondholders can rest assured that they will be paid to the last peswa, whatever is owed them. With the transparent and prudent measures we have implemented since taking over the administration of this country, I urge my countrymen and women, business owners, and foreign investors to trust our competence in turning our economic fortunes around. Mr. Speaker, since we took office on January 7, 2025, we have upheld our commitment to a fiscal consolidation agenda with a streamlined government. We have eliminated unnecessary expenditures and reduced our reliance on borrowing. Our prudent debt management practices have led to a substantial reduction in interest rates. The 91-day Treasury bill rate, which was 28.51% on January 6, 2025, has dropped to 24.48% as of February 24, 2025. Similarly, the 182-day Treasury bill rate, which was 29.07% as of January 6, 2025, has decreased to date to to 25.388%. Mr. Speaker, the 364-day Treasury bill rate has also moved from 30.41% to 27.30% in the same period. We signed a memorandum of understanding with our official creditor committee, OCC, to formalize the debt treatment agreed upon with our official creditors. This marks a crucial step towards Ghana's restoration of long-term debt sustainability. The agreement will enable financial resources to support and strengthen our economic recovery. Mr. Speaker, on February 20th, 2025, the National Tripartite Committee and the Public Services Joint Standing Negotiating Committee concluded negotiations on the 2025 minimum wage and base pay for the single spine salary structure, respectively. I want to use this opportunity to reiterate my sincere gratitude to organized labor and the Ghana Employers Association for the understanding and cooperation in reaching this agreement on the minimum wage and the base pay. On the final day of negotiations, I enjoyed the privilege of joining my comrades, the leaders of organized labor, for the concluding discussions. I'm confident that the sacrifice we have all made this year will significantly benefit our economy's health in the future. We look forward to a positive economic outlook as we restore macroeconomic stability, we encourage exports, we activate the 24-hour economy policy, we implement the $10 billion Big Push policy for swift infrastructure development, we rationalize taxes and foster inclusive growth. The goal is prosperity for all, which must be shared and not the prerogative of a select few. Mr. Speaker, in fulfillment of our 120-day social contract with the Ghanaian people, we have put in place the Planning Committee to host the National Economic Dialogue. This dialogue is expected to discuss the state of the economy and reach a consensus on the key policies needed to address the devastating economic crisis confronting us. It will support the development of a homegrown fiscal consolidation program, and it will highlight key structural reforms and policy priorities essential for resetting the economy and creating prosperity for all our people. I believe there's absolute wisdom in what our elders say, that two heads are better than one. Tikro and Kwejina. Consultation and consensus building have always proven to be better than unilateral decision making. It is my hope, therefore, that our colleagues on the other side of the divide will display love of country and participate in this national dialogue, unlike the boycott of the Senchi Forum in 2014. I humbly choose a different path of accommodation and cooperation with all stakeholders. We will continuously engage on important issues so that together, as a nation, we can reset our country and focus on sustainable development. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, together we shall build the Ghana we all want. Mr. Speaker, my administration inherited an energy sector on the brink of collapse. It was weighed down by unsustainable debt. This unfortunate situation has led to many independent power producers and fuel suppliers threatening to cease their operations. Mr. Speaker, listen to this. Despite collecting over 45 billion cedis in energy sector levies, ESLA, over the last 8 years, the outgone administration has left the Ghanaian people with an energy sector burdened with a staggering debt of 70 billion cedis as of December 2024. It is of deep concern that several state-owned enterprises in the energy sector are struggling to stay afloat, and unless urgent interventions are made, many of them will go under. Financial distress in the energy sector remains a significant obstacle to delivering consistent and affordable electricity to Ghanaians, and it poses an existential threat to our economy in general. Compounding these challenges, Critical maintenance activities, such as the scheduled pigging of the West African gas pipeline, WACO, were postponed from 2024 to 2025 without sufficient contingency measures for alternative fuel supply. As a result, my administration has had to swiftly mobilize resources to secure emergency fuel supplies to ensure that electricity generation continues despite the closure of the West African gas pipeline. I have been informed that the pigging exercise will be completed in the first week of March, and once again, additional gas will flow from Nigeria. We are anticipating a marked improvement in the power situation once this begins. While the current state of our energy sector poses grave concerns, we must remain resolute in our commitment to restoring stability. I've directed the Minister for Energy and Green Transitions to implement far-reaching reforms, including enforcing a single revenue collection account, strictly adhering to the cash waterfall mechanism, and eliminating all wasteful expenditures by the state utility. Mr. Minister, Mr. President, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, Mr. Speaker, following my directive, the Minister has set up an advisory committee to guide the participation of the private sector in metering and billing in order to improve efficiency in revenue collection and also reduce the high commercial and technical losses that are threatening to drown the state-owned utility company. A pilot partnership between ECG and Enclave Power has proved highly successful and provides us with a workable framework. ECG provides bulk supply of power to Enclave Power Limited. This is an organization in Ghana. Enclave Power provides meters and bills to all companies operating in the free zones enclave, with 99% revenue collection and nearly 100% uptime in power supply. This is being done here in Ghana. We can use it to cover the rest of the nation to ensure that we get revenue compliance and be able to bring down tariffs for our people. Mr. Speaker, I'm still getting used to being president, that's why I said Mr. President. Mr. Speaker, reduction in commercial and technical losses will lead to affordable tariffs for everyone and will bring relief to all users of electric power. We also aim in the medium term to achieve 100% gas utilization for power production and to eliminate completely the use of crude oil and fossil fuels. This will save Ghana hundreds of millions of dollars spent on the importation of fuel oils for power production annually. With regards to renewable energy, this administration will soon operationalize a renewable energy and green transition fund to enhance efficiency and accelerate Ghana's transition to renewable energy. This initiative will drive investments in sustainable energy solutions, including solar street lights, rooftop solar installations, off-grid solar systems, electric vehicle charging stations, and rechargeable outboard motors. These measures will reduce dependence on the national grid and position Ghana as a leader in Africa's green energy transition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's petroleum sector has witnessed a precipitous decline, with crude oil production sinking by more than 32%. This has resulted from the high opacity levels, a very hostile business climate, and excessive political interference in the sector, culminating in most of the major oil companies exiting and stalling all upstream activities. The decline in upstream activity is obvious to any person familiar with the twin cities of Sekondi and Takoradi. Just under a decade ago, these cities were the bustling epicenter of fabrication, logistics, service activity associated with the upstream oil and gas sector. Unfortunately, my recent visit reveals many shut down facilities and many businesses have packed and left the shores of our country. Hundreds of workers have been laid off and left unemployed. I wish to assure the good people of Sekondi Takoradi and indeed the whole Western region, that we're going to breathe life back into your area. Mr. Speaker, we have already commenced revitalization of our upstream petroleum sector by creating a business-friendly and congenial environment for our partners and other prospective investors who wish to come in. My meeting with the players in the upstream sector have been extremely positive, and we have been assured of substantial investments running into billions of dollars in the very near future. Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Energy and Green Transitions gave the directive for the removal of the unitization based on the arbitration that took place. We believe that this will open the way for an amicable resolution of the issues between Springfield and ENI, and this should make our oil and gas prospects more attractive to investments going forward. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has fertile lands, abundant water, and human resources. Yet we face a paradox. Our food import bill continues to soar, reaching alarming levels of over $2 billion annually. In addition, rising food inflation is burdening households and threatening livelihoods. To address this, we're implementing several well-considered policies to grow the agricultural sector, including agro-processing. This will be backed by reliable power supply to meet our country's needs while advancing exports to earn foreign exchange and strengthen our economy. Mr. Speaker, the Agriculture for Economic Transformation Agenda, AETA for short, will modernize agriculture, enhance agribusiness, ensure food security, it will lower food inflation, it will boost exports, and create sustainable jobs. The Feed Ghana program will increase food production and reduce prices through projects like the Grain Development Project, focusing on rice, maize, and soya bean production. The Vegetable Development Project will target crops such as tomatoes, onions, and pepper. Our Poultry Farm to Table project will eliminate poultry imports and increase local production. Ghana imports 95% of its poultry needs, which costs over $300 million annually. To reverse this trend, government plans to revamp the poultry sector by investing in hatcheries, feed mills, processing, and distribution, working towards eliminating poultry imports. And this is a good one. The Nkukon Kitinkiti project. We actually have a project called Nkukon Kitinkiti. The Nkukon Kitinkiti project will cover 55,000 households producing eggs and fresh poultry for the market, and it will help reduce our $300 million we spend on importing chicken annually. Mr. Speaker, to strengthen the connection between agriculture and industry, we will prioritize value addition, processing, and distribution, and this will position agriculture as profitable and appealing, making it more attractive to our young people. We will implement an Agri-Next program to facilitate access to land banks by young farmers, to connect graduates with opportunities in the agricultural value chain, and promote greenhouse agriculture among the youth. This initiative will benefit approximately 30,000 young people. Mr. Speaker, the Livestock Development Project will also address Ghana's reliance on imported meats by restocking breeding farms and increasing local livestock production, thereby creating jobs and boosting self-sufficiency. For years, access to mechanization, quality seeds, fertilizer, and extension services has been a major challenge to our farmers. To address this, government will establish our flagship farmers service centers in every agricultural district, ensuring that farmers receive essential mechanization services and resources to improve their productivity and efficiency. Mr. Speaker, also in the fisheries sector, we implement strategic interventions to enhance productivity and sustainability. Key among these initiatives is the continued enforcement of measures to curb illegal, unreported, and unregulated fishing, which threaten our marine biodiversity and the livelihoods of our hard-working fisherfolk. We have intensified surveillance and monitoring operations, bolstered by the deployment of modern technology and strengthened collaboration with our key stakeholders. In the last month, we have expanded the supply of subsidized premixed fuel to support artisanal and industrial fishers, ensuring affordability and availability. We'll also invest further in modern fish landing sites and cold storage facilities to improve post-harvest handling and thereby reduce losses and enhance the quality of our fish products. Aquaculture development is a key focus of our administration. We'll provide financial and technical support, especially to young fish farmers, increasing fish production and reducing our dependence on fish imports. To increase the value addition in this sector, we'll encourage the establishment of fish processing facilities, create more jobs, and boost exports. Our commitment to supporting women in the fisheries sector remains steadfast as we implement the programs to empower female fish processors and traders with financial capital and capacity building initiatives. While we work hard to fix the economy and provide jobs in all sectors, including agribusiness, one of the biggest crises we face in this country is youth unemployment. Youth unemployment has led to despair and frustration. The latest estimates show that up to 2 million of our young people are unemployed. This poses a major security risk for our country and requires urgent attention. To bring much needed focus to the desperate and widely scattered youth employment programs and to ensure stricter accountability in their implementation, I have set up the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment in furtherance to the promise I made in the campaign. This ministry, that is the Ministry for Youth Development and Empowerment, is mandated to formulate, coordinate, and monitor policies and programs to promote youth development and empowerment in this country. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, Mr. Speaker, as part of our Operation Recover All the Loot policy, ORA, I've already tasked our investigative bodies to bring the culprits of the National Service Ghost Name scandal to justice. Such brazen theft of public funds must not go unpunished. It is estimated that the criminal addition of some more than 80,000 ghost names could have yielded the suspects over 50 million Ghana cedis every month. Unfortunately, some of these suspects are believed to have absconded from the country already. I have directed that they be declared wanted and their assets traced and frozen until investigations are completed. To achieve a legally robust regime to govern national service, I've also tasked the Minister for Youth Development and Empowerment to coordinate and present to Parliament a legislative instrument to support the implementation of the newly passed National Service Authority Act 2024, that's Act 1119. We will introduce short military training as part of our national service scheme. This will instill a sense of fitness and discipline into our youth. The administration of scholarships is another challenge. It has been fraught with a lot of challenges. The poor who genuinely need scholarships are unable to access them because the rich and wealthy always crowd them out. To fulfill our government's vision of promoting transparency, equity, and sustainability in the scholarship scheme, we shall streamline the award process to ensure that not only deserving youth benefit from the that only deserving youth benefit from the system. We shall introduce increased transparency, including publishing the list of beneficiaries every year. Mr. Speaker, job creation is one of our main pillars, and it was one of the major promises we made to the youth of Ghana. To help actualize this promise, we're going to roll out what we call the Ejumawura program. This initiative will create, track, and mentor young businesses annually, with a special focus on our youth. For the first phase, the top 2,000 implementable business proposals will be supported with business development training, mentorship, access to startup capital, marketing, and networking to operationalize their innovations and business ideas. We will also launch our flagship National Apprenticeship Program to equip at least 10,000 young people in the informal sector with employable skills, including providing apprenticeship fees and startup kits when they have completed. The Youth Development and the Interior Ministries will facilitate the training of our young people in the Okada business in areas such as road safety regulations, financial literacy, and digital skills, as well as facilitating the acquisition of motorbikes. We will introduce electric motorcycles on a high purchase scheme to eliminate the use of petrol and make their businesses more profitable. Mr. Speaker, Her Excellency the Vice President's Empowerment for Women and People with Disabilities program will also be launched this year. The program will target women and people with disabilities and other vulnerable groups to build their capacity and offer them access to finance to create their own jobs. Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Communications, Digital Technology and Innovations will also focus on developing youth IT skills and fostering innovation. Under the 1 Million Coders program, young people receive training in coding, web app development, digital marketing, and other digital skills. This initiative aims to equip them with the necessary skills for employability in the digital ecosystem. We must provide meaningful and relevant education to prepare our youth for today's technology-driven job market. Despite various reforms, issues related to low-earning incomes persist within Ghana's educational system. I'm committed to ensuring that quality education remains a top priority. The system we have inherited is outdated in many ways and must be realigned to meet the needs of the 21st century and the fourth industrial revolution. Recognizing the urgent need for national dialogue on education and in the spirit of inclusive governance, I launched the National Education Consultative Forum on February 18th in Ho. I look forward to the recommendations which we will incorporate into our sectoral policy reforms. Mr. Speaker, even though Article 38 of the Constitution guarantees equitable access to education across Ghana, 30 years after the Free Compulsory Universal Basic Education FQ program was implemented, its full objectives remain unmet. To tackle this issue, government will redefine the scope of basic education and introduce the Zero to Hero initiative to enhance foundational literacy and numeracy. Additionally, ICT training will be integrated into early childhood education at the basic level. Over the next 3 years, it will be expanded to cover at least 300 classrooms, 30 centers of excellence, 1,000 teachers and district teacher support teams focusing on the teaching of mathematics and literacy. This year, the Ministry of Education will fully implement a new curriculum for senior high technical schools and STEM schools, introduce a standardized national sign language for hearing impaired learners from kindergarten to SHS, and review the kindergarten and primary school curriculums. To increase access to quality education, we will scale up our social intervention programs like the capitation grants, the feeding grants for special schools, and the government's BECE registration initiative. Mr. Speaker, To promote inclusion and equity, the government will enhance and resource the Islamic Education Unit to recruit more Islamic and Arabic tutors for English-Arabic schools. We will establish STEM and TVET schools in underserved and peri-urban communities. We will provide scholarships to brilliant but needy students in deprived communities, especially for study in law, medicine, and engineering. We will support Islamic colleges of education with infrastructure and logistics, and will enroll youth in Zongo and deprived urban communities in the National Apprentice Program and offer free technical and vocational training. Mr. Speaker, it is important to continue to retain and motivate our teachers in all schools, especially in the rural areas. Government will begin plans for the implementation of the 20% allowance for teachers who agree to serve in rural schools. District assemblies are going to be involved in this scheme to ensure that the teachers are present and teaching in the schools that are selected. This scheme will reward such teachers for their sacrifices and ensure quality education nationwide, not only in urban centers. Mr. Speaker, as part of our Teacher Dabre initiative, the construction of teacher accommodation units to improve welfare and attract teachers to rural areas will commence this year. Mr. Speaker, no new school will be built in this country without teachers' accommodation. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, once again for emphasis and for the record, I, John Dramani Mahama, President of the Republic of Ghana, will not cancel the free SHS program. I will not cancel the free SHS program. I am determined to make it better by improving its implementation. And also, for the record, students who have benefited from the free SHS since its inception are about 3.4 million. The figure of 5.1 million beneficiaries, as put out by the previous administration, was an exaggerated and false narrative calculated to achieve political credit. Mr. Speaker, while the free SHS program has improved access, the implementation of the program leaves much to be desired. The outcomes of the ongoing National Education Forum will guide our reform efforts in this sector. Mr. Speaker, in line with our promise, the Minister for Education has announced the restoration of Parent-Teacher Associations, PTAs, in the running of schools. It is important for parents and communities to participate in the administration of their schools. The Ministry of Education and GAS will, however, ensure that PTAs do not impose unbearable financial burden on parents and students who cannot afford them. Mr. Speaker, the double track system remains a challenge, and we are committed to eliminating it by accelerating school infrastructure expansion and completing stalled educational projects. To fund this, the Education and Finance Ministries are working to uncap the GET Fund so that we can accelerate projects in secondary schools. As promised, we have begun improving secondary school feeding, and the children are getting better quality food as I address you. Mr. Speaker, efforts to decentralize school feeding and food management include strengthening procurement and store management records capacity. Once completed, food procurement and management will be fully handed over to the secondary schools to do their own food procurement. Mr. Speaker, Science, technology, engineering, and mathematics are central to national development, STEM. We will therefore expand STEM programs at all levels to equip all students for the global economy. We don't believe in building single standalone STEM schools. We believe that STEM must be part of the curriculum of every secondary school. Mr. Speaker, regional TVET centers of excellence will be established to provide practical skills. Every region will get a TVET center of excellence to expand technical and vocational education training. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, Ghana has consistently missed its gross tertiary enrollment targets with a rate below 22%, far from the 40% goal that has been set by 2030. Despite over 460,000 secondary graduates coming out annually, 55% qualify for tertiary education, and only 35%, 161,000 of the 460,000 enroll in tertiary education, leaving over 300,000 without access. To address this, government is introducing a no-fee stress policy to eliminate tertiary admission fees, which currently serve as a barrier to higher education for some students. This will be supported by an enhanced student loan scheme, which is called the Student Loan Plus. The no-fee policy will also cover all persons with disabilities. And for emphasis, persons with disabilities will pay no fees for tertiary education throughout their study. And so PWDs who gain admission to tertiary institutions will pay no fees. Additionally, TVET enrollment will be increased from 11% to 20% to boost employment. Mr. Speaker, rising enrollment has strained university infrastructure, causing overcrowding and inadequate accommodation. We are determined to expand access, improve quality, and align tertiary education with national goals, particularly in STEM. Feasibility studies for new public universities or campuses of existing universities to be established in the 6 new regions will commence this year. Seed funding for these projects will come from the GET Fund in order to enhance access. Government will this year engage with the existing public universities to identify suitable sites on their campuses, acquired lands, for the implementation of the private sector participation in the provision of hostels project. This is a partnership between government, the universities, and private investors to expand hostel capacity on their campuses. This will allow more students to be accommodated on the campuses to allow for a better learning environment. Mr. Speaker, academic freedom will be upheld. We will not interfere in the administration of our tertiary universities. And our hope is that the institutions will ensure good governance in their administrative practices. Mr. Speaker, next, our health sector faces significant challenges that jeopardize the very foundation of affordable health care. The Ministry of Health has a total liability of nearly 15 billion cedis, when co-financing obligations, judgment debts, and payments to clear medical commodities at the ports are all put together. The last major hospital equipment replacement program was undertaken in 2014 when I was president. Since then, most hospital equipment in the Ghana Health Service facilities have deteriorated or broken down. Mr. Speaker, the Agenda 111 program, which was started as a knee-jerk reaction during the COVID-19 pandemic, when the Ghanaian public had begun to appreciate the significant investments that the previous NDC administration had made in healthcare facilities, and began to lament the many hospital projects that had stalled under the previous administration, a promise was made to build 111 hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to note that there is no dedicated funding source for such a gargantuan project. There is no dedicated funding source for this gargantuan project. Mr. Speaker, for the record, as I speak, not a single Agenda 111 hospital is operational. In any part of Ghana, I challenge you, not one is operational. Mr. Speaker, and it is worth disclosing, that $400 million has already been disbursed under the Agenda 111 project. Mr. Speaker, at a rate of approximately $80 million per hospital, this $400 million spent could have completed and made operational at least 22 of those hospitals. Mr. Speaker, I believe that the money should have been focused on completing a number of hospitals and making them operational instead of spreading it over the current 111 hospitals. As I speak, some are at the foundation level and not a single one is operational. I have directed the Minister for Health to present us with a plan on the way forward for this program. And let me add that we are open to public-private partnerships and franchising to complete and operationalize these hospitals. Mr. Speaker, one of the most pressing issues confronting our health sector today is the USAID's sudden 90-day pause in services without prior notice and the looming threat of complete withdrawal of programs that do not align with the USAID's strategic interests. Programs that will be affected include the delivery of medical commodities to regional medical stores and health facilities in the Upper West, Upper East, Northern, and Savannah regions. USAID support for the National HIV/AIDS Control Program includes the supply of antiretroviral therapies in the Western, North, and Afro regions. These will also be affected. The withdrawal puts at risk approximately $78 million in earmarked funds for malaria, maternal and child health, nutrition, and HIV/AIDS. It also covers some programs being run at the Noguchi Memorial Institute in research. The impact will be challenging without urgent intervention. I've therefore directed the Minister of Finance to make immediate financial arrangements to mitigate this loss. And I expect that this will be reflected in his budget, which will be presented to this House next month, on March 11th. Working with the NHIA, will revive the Onuado mobile healthcare vans. These vans will provide OPD, ophthalmology, dental, ENT, cancer screening and care in the remote and most vulnerable communities in our country. An earlier attempt to provide mobile health facilities was abandoned after the change of government in 2017. Mr. Speaker, public health experts are grappling with the conundrum of new diseases and re-emergence of old diseases. The unpredictable nature of disease outbreak suggests we must make our health systems more resilient to shocks. Since October last year, Ghana has faced a severe cholera outbreak. As of February 17, 2025, I'm sad to report that 6,300 suspected cases, 545 of these cases were confirmed to be cholera, and unfortunately we lost 49 of our compatriots. The outbreak has affected 118 districts across the Greater Accra, Central, Western Ashanti, and Eastern regions. To control the situation, we have launched an aggressive vaccination and public education campaign, among other interventions. Mr. Speaker, sanitation within the context of infectious disease outbreaks, personal hygiene, and environmental sanitation must be a major priority for us. Our cities and towns must be made cleaner than what we currently have. We commit to right the wrongs and keep our cities and communities clean through appropriate investment, supervision, and performance tracking in the sanitation sector. Mr. Speaker, as I speak, the Upper West region is facing a severe meningitis outbreak. And I know, Mr. Speaker, you have made an important contribution to ameliorate the situation in your region, and I commend you for that. As of February 17, 2025, 135 suspected cases of meningitis were reported. 22 of those cases were confirmed, and unfortunately, 16 deaths have been reported across 10 districts. We've instituted free treatment for affected persons and deployed a strong national team of health experts to encourage early reporting to health facilities of suspected meningitis. Mr. Speaker, as outlined in the 2024 manifesto of the NDC, my administration is actively developing the framework for the rollout of the free primary health care program. When fully implemented, this initiative will mark a significant step towards Ghana achieving goal number 3.8, which is universal health coverage of the SDGs, by eliminating financial barriers to basic health care access. Also in line with our 120-day manifesto commitment, the composition of the technical committee is far advanced, with plans to establish the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, also known as Mahama Cares, in the coming weeks. Mr. Speaker, honorable members, this fund will be dedicated to financing the treatment of non-communicable diseases, which have seen a significant rise over the past decade. As part of this initiative, the government is committing to allocate financial resources towards this project in 2025, with further support to be mobilized from private sector partners to ensure the sustainability of the fund. Once operational, the Ghana Medical Trust Fund, otherwise known as Mahama Cares, will directly address the financial burden of patients who require dialysis treatment, cancer care, and other critical non-communicable disease-related interventions. Together, the free primary health care, which will focus on early detection and prevention and treatment, and the Ghana Medical Trust Fund program, which will focus on relieving the financial burden of treating non-communicable diseases, will help to revolutionize Ghana's healthcare system by improving healthcare accessibility and outcomes and enhancing productivity and well-being across the country. Mr. Speaker, Ghana will become the pharmaceutical manufacturing hub of West Africa. And my previous record in government speaks for itself. When I injected funds into Ghanaian-owned pharmaceutical companies to expand their production capacities. Mr. Speaker, as this exciting phase unfolds under the 24-hour economy initiative, we must strengthen every aspect of our pharmaceutical industry. And this includes the Food and Drugs Authority and the Customs and Security agencies in order to avert the use of fake drugs and the importation of illicit drugs into our country. We await thorough and unbiased investigation into the alleged opioid pill importation into Ghana and other West African countries. The outcome will be shared, and I can assure you necessary action will be taken. Mr. Speaker, as a Social Democrat, I'm resolutely committed to eradicating all forms of discrimination in our society. Our vision is to foster fairness and cultivate an inclusive environment where everyone can engage fully and equally in social, economic, and political life. With my Vice President, the history-making Professor Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman, we will engage with all stakeholders, including our development partners and civil society organizations, to prioritize gender equality, equity, and social justice. We will establish strong social protection mechanisms and enhance legal safeguards for women, girls, and other vulnerable groups. Our initiative would include enacting comprehensive laws and policies designed to dismantle harmful social norms, to enhance access to crucial resources and opportunities, particularly for young women, and reduce overall vulnerability within our society. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to take a moment to commend you and this House for your unwavering support and guidance, which were instrumental in passing the Affirmative Action Act of 2024, Act 1121, during the 8th Parliament of the 4th Republic. My government is dedicated to successfully implementing this act to ensure gender equity across the political, social, economic, educational, and cultural spheres. The Ministry of Gender, Children and Social Protection is actively collaborating with relevant stakeholders to guarantee that this act is fully operational, including attaining the 30% target quota for women in political appointments. I'm pleased to report that women currently make up 23.21% of all appointments, and we are diligently working towards reaching the targets set forth in Act 1121. I'm, however, concerned about achieving gender balance, especially at the local government level. Very few women have mastered the courage to apply for the positions of metropolitan, municipal, and district chief executives. And unfortunately, the few who have courageously applied have been edged out on very flimsy and parochial grounds. It is my hope that the National Constitution Review Conference will clear a pathway for the election of DCEs. The Gender Ministry will then be obliged to encourage and support more women to apply and stand for these elective positions. In our pursuit of empowering women, Mr. Speaker, we'll establish the Women's Development Bank. This will be a specialized financial institution designed to support businesses owned and led by women through the provision of low-interest loans and tailored financial services offered under very flexible terms. Consultative processes are underway to ensure the successful launch of this bank. And as part of our 120-day social contract, the Minister for Finance is going to allocate initial funding for the Women's Development Bank in the upcoming budget that will be presented to this House. Mr. Speaker, we are also implementing measures to expand the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty program under our Big Leap initiative. As we work towards completing the Ghana National Household Data Census by this year, 2025, we'll reassess the status of LEAP beneficiary households to facilitate the enrollment of new beneficiaries. Mr. Speaker, we are committed to enhancing the legal framework surrounding disability rights by passing the Persons with Disability Amendment Bill. Additionally, we will introduce a legislative instrument to strengthen further the provisions of the Persons with Disability Act, Act 715 of 2006. We reiterate our commitment to ensuring that individuals with disability have access to free tertiary education and equal opportunities to pursue their academic and professional ambitions. Mr. Speaker, the government intends to ensure the implementation of legislation that enjoins public and private employers to reserve 5% of their employment for persons with disabilities. I am aware that a private member was shepherding this bill. Government is going to support that motion in order that 5% of all employment is reserved for persons with disability. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's sports sector, once again, which was a shining example of excellence within Africa, now finds itself at a very critical juncture. Historically, our nation has been celebrated and has had remarkable achievements in boxing, football, and athletics. Unfortunately, this is no longer the case. However, recent years have unveiled depressing structural deficiencies in administration, funding, infrastructure, and talent development. Immediate and comprehensive reforms are imperative to reclaim our rightful place on the global sports stage. Mr. Speaker, we will develop a comprehensive national sports policy to align with international norms. This policy will be accompanied by an exhaustive review of the Sports Act of 2016, that is Act 934, and the rigorous enforcement of the Sports Regulations 2023 LI 2477. Infrastructure development remains paramount in our strategy. The government is committed to refurbishing existing national stadia, completing youth resource centers, and constructing new sports facilities in the new regions. We'll also prioritize community recreational facilities to foster greater participation in sports at the grassroots level. Recognizing the critical role of youth development, we're implementing a significant overhaul of grassroots sports with the establishment of the School Sports Authority. This body will oversee structured inter-school competitions and talent identification initiatives essential for nurturing future sporting champions. Over 60% of Ghana's elite athletes have emerged from these school sport programs. The ministry has now been renamed the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. To acknowledge the significance of recreation, we will launch a National Recreation Day. This will be a monthly initiative centered on community engagement alongside an annual National Recreation Festival. These initiatives will encourage keep fit activities and promote active lifestyles. It will promote traditional games and strengthen community bonds. Next month, the senior national team, the Black Stars, which is now a pale shadow of its former glory, will play 2 World Cup qualifying matches. I've instructed my office and the Minister for Sports and Recreation to hold the Ghana Football Association accountable to the people of Ghana as we prepare for these games, especially regarding the budget of the FA. There will be no secrecy in how much the government spends on the national teams. The budgets presented by the FA and other sports associations must be known by the public. After all, it is the taxpayers' funds that are used to fund these activities. The reduction in government expenditure and waste reduction applies to all sectors of the economy, including the Ministry of Sports and Recreation. Mr. Speaker, tourism, culture, and creative arts remain vital cornerstones of our national development strategy, playing a significant role in job creation, cultural exchange, and economic growth. In recent years, the ministry has launched transformative initiatives to position Ghana as a premier global destination, and this is positive. These positive initiatives aim to harness the country's rich cultural heritage, natural beauty, and our dynamic creative sector. Our flagship initiative, the Black Star Experience, aims to establish Ghana as the gateway to Africa for the global diaspora, featuring thoughtfully curated cultural, historic, and creative arts experiences in collaboration with the private sector, diplomatic missions, ministries, departments, and agencies. Our aim is to position the Black Star Experience as a uniquely Ghanaian tourism brand. The Pan-African Month will be a part of the Black Star Experience. It will include street carnivals, a film week, a fashion festival, a food fair, theatrical and drama performances, concert party competitions, and monthly domestic tourism destinations. We will strategically promote meetings, incentives, conferences, and exhibition tourism to diversify our tourism offerings. Ghana's peaceful and democratic environment positions us as an attractive hub for international summits, business conventions, and high-profile gatherings. We must capitalize on this unique advantage to maximize our benefits and strengthen our reputation as the country that is closest to the center of the world. We're also committed to revitalizing the Accra Marine Drive project, a significant urban redevelopment initiative which was designed to transform approximately 241 acres of Accra's coastline into a vibrant tourism and economic hub. Although the cabinet approval for this vital project was achieved during my presidency in 2016, progress has stalled. We will reassess the work completed and take decisive action to bring this all-important project back on track. We will develop the Osu Castle, the former seat of government, and the area around it as a tourist attraction. It will have a pedestrian precinct with arts and craft markets, jewelry and gold markets. This approximate 22-acre land will become a destination for tourism. Mr. Speaker, our road network is the cornerstone of our nation's infrastructure, facilitating over 90% of the transportation of goods and services across this country. This vital network is critical in supporting agricultural growth by linking farmers to markets, lowering transportation costs, and ensuring quicker access to essential supplies and services. The resulting interconnected benefits foster a vibrant economy and enhance the livelihood of countless of our citizens. Mr. Speaker, while the previous government has made lofty claims about achieving unprecedented milestones in the road sector, available evidence does not support its assertion that it constructed over 13,000 kilometers of new roads. Instead, it has perpetuated a narrative that presents road maintenance and rehabilitation efforts as new construction projects, misleading the public about what has been achieved. The proportion of poor roads has increased, especially in urban centers, where the number of roads in disrepair surged from 46% in 2015 to almost 60% by 2021. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, our road sector is in crisis, mainly due to years of mismanagement. As many as 85% of awarded contracts in the road sector have stalled, and the contractors have stopped work due to non-payment, and most of them have packed their equipment off-site. Mr. Speaker, as of December 2024, unpaid bills owed to contractors in the sector exceeded 20 billion Ghana cedis for work that had been carried out between 2018 and 2024. For instance, the Ghana Road Fund obtained a loan of 600 million Ghana cedis in March 2018 to refinance outstanding debts and borrowed an additional 1.2 billion Ghana cedis from a syndication of banks in November 2019. Alarmingly, upon assuming office, the Ghana Road Fund still had outstanding payments, including some as low as 2,000 Ghana cedis, dating back to 2018. Current commitments for road projects that are unpaid currently stand at an astonishing 105 billion Ghana cedis. Despite these considerable challenges, this government remains steadfast in its commitment to prioritize vital infrastructure projects that address the pressing backlog of poor roads. Our strategy will be anchored in executing our flagship initiative under the Big Push program. The Big Push will see major rehabilitation of many key roads in the feeder roads, urban roads, and highway sectors. We'll also undertake the following key initiatives to revitalize the road sector. We'll reintroduce tolls, road tolls, using modern technology. We'll rationalize the road sector portfolio to focus on high-impact initiatives. Mr. Speaker, we will uncap the road fund in order that it can accumulate more money to pay for road maintenance. Mr. Speaker, we'll minimize sole source procurement to encourage competition, competitive bidding, and enhance public transparency in the procurement processes. Mr. Speaker, the drip equipment, which was acquired at the last moment as a knee-jerk reaction for electioneering purposes, will be reorganized into regional mobile maintenance units to provide emergency road works in the regions. Mr. Speaker, I've realigned the Ministry of Transport to oversee 4 modes of transportation: aviation, maritime, inland water transport, road transport, and railways. The government will commission a feasibility study to develop coastal water transport services. This initiative aims to promote alternative modes of transport and ensure their integration into our existing systems under the National Transport Policy. It also aims to enhance tourism, reduce road traffic, and mitigate environmental pollution. Motorcycles and tricycles, commonly known as Okada, hold significant potential as a more convenient, timely, safe, and cost-effective mode of transport. Currently, the Road Traffic Regulation of 2012, LI 2180, prohibits licensing motorcycles and tricycles for fare-paying passengers. As part of our government policy, the ministry will amend the regulatory framework to regularize the use of motorcycles and tricycles for commercial passenger transport. In our ongoing effort to revitalize the whole airport, the government will facilitate the establishment of the state-of-the-art pilot training academy and a maintenance, repair, and overhaul facility. The Volta region will become a center of excellence for aviation training and aircraft maintenance. This project will create significant employment opportunities. It will stimulate economic growth and bolster tourism in Ho and the surrounding communities. I have directed the airport company to release 10 acres of land at the Ho airport for this purpose. Mr. Speaker, with the completion of the Tema-Mpakadan rail line, the government will launch passenger services between Tema and Adome. We'll also begin developing the necessary infrastructure on the Volta Lake to facilitate freight transport between Tema Port and Bupe as part of our Eastern Corridor multimodal transport system. The Western Railway line will continue to be modernized in partnership with the private sector. This initiative aims to support the efficient transport of bulk cargo and minerals from the mines in Nsuta, Awaso, and Yinehi to the Takoradi port, while providing passenger transport along the Western Corridor. Mr. Speaker, the last attempt by the previous administration to re-establish a national airline has failed. We will reopen a transparent process that will receive expressions of interest to invite competent established partners to work with us to establish a national airline. We believe that an efficient national carrier can help reduce fares on routes where external carriers are currently enjoying a monopoly. Mr. Speaker, our communications and digital technology initiatives focus on expanding our national digital infrastructure to stimulate innovation and enhance public service delivery. We're also dedicated to improving access to information and communication technology, promoting the digital economy, ensuring inclusive and equitable growth across all sectors. Nevertheless, the sector faces several significant challenges that hinder our progress, and these include insufficient infrastructure for delivering weather and climate services across all time zones, fragmented and uncoordinated databases, outdated legislation and policies that do not keep pace with a rapidly evolving sector, a lack of adequate technology to effectively detect, prevent, and respond to cybersecurity threats, and a daunting debt burden of almost 2 billion cedis. To revitalize this sector, government is committed to reviewing existing laws and policies to better align them with emerging technologies such as artificial intelligence, big data, Internet of Things, and machine learning. Additionally, we'll develop and expedite the enactment of the Kofi Annan Center of Excellence Bill. This legislation will establish the necessary framework for the center to concentrate on research and development, consultancy services, and capacity building. Mr. Speaker, access to safe and reliable water and affordable housing significantly enhances the well-being and quality of life of our people. These elements are integral to our reset agenda and fundamental to our vision to build the Ghana that we all want. However, the water sector in Ghana faces considerable challenges, including illegal mining activities that contaminate fresh water sources, rendering them unsafe for drinking and agriculture. This alarming situation highlights the critical need for a decisive and ongoing effort to combat illegal mining to save our environment and our public health. Government will prioritize completing new and ongoing water projects to improve access to safe drinking water. This commitment should be good news for the people in the Keta, Adaklu, Wenchi, Sekendi Takrade, Asankragwa, Sehwioso, Dodoaso, Kweman, Damfa, Goso, Dwabeng, Aveime, and Edubamso. We'll also tackle critical water projects in Damango, Tamale, Yendi, Sunyani, Techiman, and Takwa to ensure broader access to potable water nationwide. Mr. Speaker, Ghana has a coastline that stretches approximately 550 kilometers. 2/3 of this coastline is threatened by tidal wave erosion, which impacts nearly 30% of Ghana's population. Rising sea levels have exacerbated vulnerabilities in coastal areas, leading to flooding, habitat loss, and community displacement. Consequently, coastal protection has emerged as a critical national priority. And so for the communities that are threatened by flood currently, we're going to prioritize building sea defense to be able to protect you. Flooding has become an all too frequent occurrence in many urban centers across the county, resulting in tragic loss of life, livelihood, and property. This scenario underscores the urgent need for sustainable solutions to address these pressing challenges. Many of our drainage systems are inadequate. They are worsened by careless waterway construction and obstruction, and the relentless encroachment on wetlands and floodplains. To tackle these issues, we have to explore alternative sources of funding to support essential drainage works, desilting, flood control, and coastal protection. Mr. Speaker, the quality of life of any nation relies significantly on a well-regulated and efficient housing market that guarantees access to decent homes. Our housing deficit is estimated at over 1.2 million units, and this has been the situation for many decades. High costs associated with land acquisition, construction material, and access to financing have made home ownership unattainable for many, primarily affecting vulnerable populations and contributing to the rise of slums. This government is steadfast in its commitment to complete all ongoing housing initiatives, beginning with the Saglemi Affordable Housing Project. We'll also implement a low-cost social housing project supported by a district housing scheme. This project aims to remove the financial barriers to home ownership. Workers in the formal sector, public or private, who have about 15 to 20 years before retirement, can purchase and own a house in cedis and have the cost deducted monthly from their salaries until the house is fully paid up. Mr. Speaker, illegal mining, commonly known as Galamsey, has inflicted tremendous harm on our forests, leading to significant land degradation and pollution of vital water sources. This reckless activity threatens Ghana's environment and public health. Mr. Speaker, I'm sad to report that presently 44 of the country's 288 forest reserves have been impacted. An area that is alarmingly equivalent to approximately 8,000 football fields has been completely destroyed. Mr. Speaker, the pollution levels in major rivers within the southwestern basin are critically high, with turbidity levels far exceeding possible units. To combat this urgent crisis, we're implementing a proactive approach that includes robust and impartial law enforcement, meaningful stakeholder engagement, and the creation of alternative livelihoods for our citizens involved in Galamsey. We're expanding the Minerals Commission regional offices to strengthen their regulatory oversight. We will establish a framework that categorizes mining activities into small, medium, and large scale, each with its tailored regulations. Mr. Speaker, we will establish a gold board, and we're in the process of doing it. Legislation will come to this House shortly. This gold board will ensure effective governance of the gold industry. At the same time, we wish to take advantage of Ghana's salt production capacity to place it as a central export commodity under the African Continental Free Trade Area. We will also seize opportunities presented by the global shift towards net zero emissions to craft policies related to critical minerals such as lithium. The anticipated development of the integrated aluminium and iron industry will significantly increase the value of Ghana's natural resources. In our commitment to restoring degraded forests, we will launch the Tree for Life restoration policy and the Blue Water Initiative, which will transform mined-out areas into ecological recovery zones. This ambitious afforestation program aims to establish more than 50,000 hectares of new plantations and undertake 5,000 hectares of enrichment planting annually. We'll also implement public sensitization campaigns to foster sustainable forest management practices and uphold the Wildlife Resource Management Act. We're going to involve school children and the general public in tree planting and tree growing. Mr. Speaker, comprehensive reforms will be introduced to enhance transparency and efficiency while ensuring tenure of security in land administration. Climate change remains a pressing concern for Ghana and the global community. To meet our climate mitigation targets, Ghana has allocated 24 million metric tons of its carbon budget, totaling 64 million metric tons of carbon for authorization under Article 6 of the Paris Agreement. We've successfully authorized 3 projects which are poised to reduce 5.2 million tons of our carbon emissions. In line with our manifesto, we are committed to strengthening institutional and human capacity through necessary adaptation and mitigation measures to bolster resilience in critical sectors such as agriculture, forestry, energy, and water resources. We also pledge to align our national policies with international efforts to limit global warming to 1.5 degrees centigrade by 2050 and promote a fair and just transition to renewable energy sources. Mr. Speaker, we stand on the cusp of making history, the history of a country that prioritizes transparency and accountability as key elements of governance. During my campaign for president, I pledged, as captured by the NDC's 2024 manifesto, to take a strong stance against corruption. Mr. Speaker, we must end state capture. Mr. Speaker, we must end the purchase of state and public assets, such as land and other immovable assets, by members of the political class. Mr. Speaker, I pledge to fight corruption head-on by implementing Operation Recover All the Loot, ORAL. In that regard, Mr. Speaker, one of the first committees I established, even before my investiture as president, was to establish the Oral Committee on the sidelines of our transition. It is instructive to announce that the committee received over 2,000 complaints from the public and has since handed over a comprehensive report. This report has been given to the Attorney General for further review, thorough investigation, and eventual prosecutions. Mr. Speaker, the recent arrest related to the unwarranted payment of $2 million of Ghanaian taxpayers' money in the Sky train saga, and then also the National Service Ghost Name scandal, mark only the beginning of a comprehensive response based on the Oral Committee's findings. Mr. Speaker, let me state that my commitment to fighting corruption will continue with the establishment of a unit at the presidency and the maintenance of the hotline, where complaints and reports regarding graft and corruption will continue to be received and transferred to the Office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, we will shortly submit for consideration a bill to regulate and restrict the sale of disposal of public lands and state assets. Mr. Speaker, as soon as the 2025 budget is approved, government will immediately take steps to reform the existing anti-corruption agencies by increasing funding and improving transparency and accountability. Mr. Speaker, Ghanaians voted largely and overwhelmingly and endorsed the NDC because we demonstrated a strong commitment and abhorrence for corruption. We pledged to fight corruption and implement far-reaching reforms that will eventually achieve a sustainable zero-tolerance policy against corruption. Mr. Speaker, the justice and legal sectors play pivotal roles in ensuring accountability and fostering the fair, equitable treatment of all our citizens by the state and its agencies. Delays and uncertainties have plagued justice delivery in Ghana, leading many Ghanaians to perceive a politicization of the judicial process. The public trust in the judiciary's independence is alarmingly low. We must work together to restore confidence in the judiciary. My government will uphold the judiciary's independence and work with the Judicial Council and services to depoliticize justice delivery and collaborate closely with the Chief Justice to combat corruption effectively. Mr. Speaker, in line with our manifesto promise to reform and expand legal education, we have developed a legal education reform bill ready to be presented to Cabinet for approval and laying before this August House Parliament. Mr. Speaker, on January 30th, 2025, I inaugurated the Constitution Review Committee to undertake a comprehensive review of our fundamental law and ensure that it reflects the hopes and aspirations of our citizens. The committee is composed of distinguished scholars, jurists, and professionals who have made significant contributions to our nation in both the public and private sectors. They will engage Ghanaians and consult with the relevant stakeholders and experts over the next 6 months. Their findings will ultimately be presented to the public for approval, followed by submission to Parliament for enactment into law, and referendums will be held where necessary. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to report that Ghana's internal security remains stable, despite developments primarily rooted in chieftaincy disputes. We firmly believe that even amidst conflict, it is essential for our citizens to coexist peacefully and seek amicable resolution to these disputes. We will initiate comprehensive reform across all security agencies to strengthen our national safety and security. One area that has garnered significant public scrutiny is the recruitment process within our security forces. Accusations of politicization, favoritism, protocol, and selectivity have been prevalent. Let me assure you that we are committed to changing that narrative and fostering a more transparent and equitable recruitment policy so that all our young people who wish to serve in these services have an opportunity to do so. We are dedicated to enhancing the capabilities of the Ghana Police Service, the Prison Service, the Ghana National Fire Service, the Immigration Service, and the Narcotics Control Commission, the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, and all investigative bodies operating under the Ministry of Interior. By motivating and re-equipping these agencies, we aim to effectively maintain internal peace and security. Mr. Speaker, I want to reaffirm this government's unwavering commitment to prioritizing the welfare and well-being of our brave men and women in uniform who sacrifice daily to uphold law and order and secure our nation's peace. We will invest in adequate equipment and suitable accommodation for our security personnel. As Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces, I want to emphasize our determination to strengthen our democracies. This is particularly true given the troubled proliferation of military-grade weapons that have fallen into unauthorized hands. These weapons pose a significant threat to our national security and our constitutional democracy. They endanger the safety of all Ghanaians and potentially exacerbate existing conflicts such as chieftaincy disputes, and in many cases fall into the hands of armed robbers. Since taking office, we have pursued a responsible approach to account for these unregistered weapons while maintaining stability within the security apparatus. I'm pleased to report that we've made substantial progress and are committed to ensuring that those responsible for this situation are brought to book. In our efforts to safeguard our citizens, Mr. Speaker, to safeguard our territory, to maintain our democracy, we remain vigilant against the threat of violent extremism and terrorism. Therefore, we are resolute in enhancing our defense mechanisms through diplomacy, counterintelligence, information sharing, infrastructure development, and the acquisition of appropriate technology. Achieving a stable and secure nation necessitates the motivation of our uniformed personnel. Currently, the Ghana Armed Forces faces a housing shortfall of over 17,000 units, and we recognize that the inadequate state of barrack accommodation needs to be addressed promptly. In addition to housing, we'll prioritize improvements to rations and fuel supplies for our security forces. Quality healthcare is another critical aspect of motivating our armed forces. As we work to expand and improve facilities at the 37 Military Hospital, complemented by the recently restored oxygen plants, we remain committed to finishing the delayed Afari Kumasi Military Hospital, which is still a top priority for my government. The goal is to complete and operationalize this facility before the end of this year. Mr. Speaker, like many other state institutions under the previous administration, the Ministry of Defense is burdened with approximately 3.7 billion cedis in debt, a figure that continues to grow as new and undisclosed debts are uncovered. However, the demands of our Army, Navy, and Air Force continue to rise, necessitating the need for modern platforms for effective operations. Despite these financial challenges, I am confident that the Ghana Armed Forces possesses the human resources necessary to revitalize the defense industry's holding corporation, which can support the government's efforts in this regard. DHOC, which was begun under the late President John Evans Atta-Mills of blessed memory during my tenure as chair of the Armed Forces Council, is essential for fueling Ghana's industrialization drive, which is aligned with our 24-hour economy initiative. Although DHOC has expanded, it's yet to be fully optimized to deliver the returns needed for the Ghana Armed Forces and our nation. I've tasked the Minister for Defense with incorporating innovative and significant private sector participation into DHOC's operations to harness its considerable potential for economic growth. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's strong international reputation was reaffirmed by the historic participation of foreign leaders during the swearing-in of the President, myself, and Vice President Nana Jane Opoku-Agyeman on January 7th, 2025. Mr. Speaker, it reflects the confidence our country's stability and democratic progress has engendered in the international community. Ghana remains committed to its Pan-Africanist ideals, non-alignment, democracy, and global cooperation, and the rule of multilateralism, embracing a policy of friends to all and enemies to none. We'll continue to cultivate diplomatic ties based on mutual respect and shared values. Mr. Speaker, Ghana is open for business. Our policy on economic diplomacy focuses on export diversification, foreign investment, and job creation. A new blueprint and delivery unit at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with clear performance indicators will be launched soon to ensure foreign engagements yield tangible benefits for our people. Because of emerging security threats, especially on our borders, Ghana is committed to security initiatives, particularly in the Sahel region. We'll maintain a continuous engagement with our Sahelian neighbors and continue to work with them to resolve the difficult situation that they are confronted with. I've appointed a special envoy to help sustain diplomatic relations with our Sahelian neighbors, aiming to achieve their reintegration, if possible, back into our regional bloc. Mr. Speaker, we'll expand passport application centers nationwide to reduce processing times to 7 days. We wish that a passport will be delivered within 7 days from the date application is submitted. These comprehensive reports at the Passport Office is going to align with our vision of a 24-hour economy. The Passport Office is going to work 24 hours to process passports that have been applied for. Mr. Speaker, as we reset Ghana to serve Ghanaians better, government will also revamp the labor administration institutions in the country. We'll promote social dialogue and foster harmonious industrial relations among stakeholders. In the coming months, the National Tripartite Committee, led by the Sector Minister, will organize a national labor conference to discuss pertinent issues affecting labor and employers. The recommendations are expected to influence and shape government's policies and programs in this sector. Mr. Speaker, we will launch the Ghana Labour Export Program, which would allow Ghanaians to go abroad and work with countries that we have signed agreements in specialized areas like engineering, technology, welding, carpentry, masonry, and nursing, teaching, and so many and so forth. The government will maintain strict fiduciary responsibility for the operation of the National Pensions Regulatory Authority and the Social Security and National Insurance Trust. This year, the NPRA will fully automate its internal operations and the pension industry will be regulated. This is critical to safeguarding the growing pension fund assets. As part of measures to increase pension coverage in the informal sector, which currently stands at only 11%, the government will implement an informal sector pension inclusion initiative to increase participation in micro-pension schemes. Decentralization has been at the heart of our government system, yet key players in the process, such as assemblymen and women, often face neglect and inadequate compensation. Mr. Speaker, I did promise to pay modest allowance to our assemblymen and women, and I'm committed to keeping this promise. The Honorable Minister, when he presents the budget to this House, would have a provision for allowances for assembly members. Mr. Speaker, I have just unveiled the state of the nation as I came to meet it. I've also disclosed several measures that I intend to take to address the challenges we have inherited. Nonetheless, no matter how well-intentioned our efforts to reset our economy are, they will not yield the desired outcome without the support of the people of Ghana. And so, to my dear countrymen and women, you have clearly and unmistakably expressed your displeasure with the poor governance and corruption that has existed in the past. Mr. Speaker, some of our compatriots did so even at the peril of their lives, just as our 28 February crossroads shooting national heroes did in the Gold Coast. May all such martyrs of democracy, those who have died in the process of elections and in the process of just exercising their civil rights, may they rest peacefully in the bosom of the Lord. Mr. Speaker, we will, as I promised, investigate these deaths and we will provide appropriate compensation to the families of those who have died during the elections. My brothers and sisters, you gave me a compelling mandate that leaves no one in doubt about your expectations of me and my government. You embraced the vision to generate new and well-paying jobs through the 24-hour economy initiative. The arrogance of power that you so much abhor will be a thing of the past. I will enforce and demand the highest standards of performance from those who have chosen to work with me to improve the circumstances of our country. I'll publish a code of conduct that they will be strictly made to abide by. Mr. Speaker, it would be remiss of me if I didn't admit that the entire economic value chain is currently in the internal ICU, As I recall mentioning a few intensive care units, as I recall mentioning a few years ago when we were still in opposition, the economy is even worse than we had envisaged. But this gives us ample opportunity to be innovative in our efforts to resuscitate it. And so what are the key takeaways from me for the people of Ghana? 1, that we shall fight corruption effectively. 2, that we shall run a lean government of no more than 60 ministers. 3, that we shall realign the ministries, agencies, and departments to eliminate duplication. 4, that will introduce austerity, reduce wasteful expenditure and spending, and improving tax collection. 5, that we shall widen Ghana's tax nest, reform tax waivers, especially on investments, and return to our homegrown solutions. 6, that we will grow what we eat and reduce imports of food and goods that can easily be produced here in Ghana. Your voice and contributions will prove invaluable on this journey of national reset, and I encourage you to make your voices heard. I commit to the judicious use of your resources, eschewing waste and ostentation. We will always endeavor to make the most of the little we have, so that together we can guarantee a brighter future for our children and our children's children. Though the state of our nation now may appear bleak and the task of addressing it may seem daunting, nothing should stop us from achieving our goals once we set our minds to it. In one collective push, we can resolve to make this great nation bequeathed to us by our forebears and see it come to fruition. Mr. Speaker, Ghana's economic challenges are not insurmountable. They present the government and everyone else the opportunity to innovate, to reflect, review, and reset, which is the theme for the commemoration of our scaled-down 68th independence anniversary. Mr. Speaker, it is said that there is strength in unity. Ghana's greatest strength lies in its people, its young and energetic youth. If we stand united, we can be more resilient and build together the power of collective action to overcome economic and social challenges. Every Ghanaian, regardless of political affiliation, background, or status, has a responsibility to play a key role in nation building and work towards a complete reset of our country. Mr. Speaker, let me assure you that we are leaving no one behind as we reset to rebuild the Ghana we want. We will rebuild a Ghana that works for all of us and not just a few. We shall live the dreams of our forebears in our lifetime. And so, my countrymen and women, where despair once existed, let hope radiate. And where the sun appeared to set on our bright prospects as a nation, let a new dawn of enthusiasm and renewal supplant it. So that when I come and stand here next year to present a message of the state of our nation, it will be one brimming with excitement and happiness. Mr. Speaker, I thank you very much for this opportunity. I thank honorable members for your kind attention. May God bless our homeland, Ghana. Thank you.
Members, honorable members, please resume your seat. Honorable members, honorable members, please resume your seat. Honorable members. members. Honorable members. Order, 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 order.
President's first State of the Nation address, SONA 2025. In a tad, we'll go back there because the event has not essentially concluded. We'll hear from both sides of Parliament, the majority side, the minority side. But the President has finished addressing Parliament, he's finished addressing the public on the State of the Nation. He says this is what he's met, and he's also outlined there things that he hopes to do to forestall some of the problems that he says he's seen since taking over from the Eswal Nanado government that ended on January 7th, 2025. I want to take you back there briefly. The Speaker of Parliament is speaking.
Honorable members. I will not accept any apologies again. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 72, Rule 4, I convey to His Excellency the President the gratitude of the House for the address. Honorable members, again, in accordance with the practice of this House, a formal communication will be forwarded to His Excellency the President after the House has thoroughly debated this address. So you will soon have your say. In accordance with the standing orders of the House, I want to know from the majority leader any indication regarding adjournment of the House. In other words, Honorable Leader, can you move for an adjournment? Honorable Majority Leader.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Right Honorable Speaker, we wish to thank His Excellency the President for fulfilling his constitutional obligations under Article 67 and duly presenting to us a message on the state of the nation. So, Speaker, things are clearly bleak. So, Speaker, I see on this side of the House my colleagues in black Mr. Speaker, it is obvious that they left this economy in a miserable state. And the attire that they adorn today says it all. But this side is in white because His Excellency the President, we knew very well, was bringing to us a message of hope. Mr. Speaker, our elders have cautioned that you don't leave your crown in the hands of a hyena as a caretaker when you are traveling. Don't be surprised when you come back and the carcasses of all your livestock are gone. Mr. Speaker, what has happened to our economy and our country, and the presentation that has been made says it all. It is sad, it is unfortunate. But His Excellency the President has brought us hope. Hope for the youth of this country. Hope for the women. Hope for the Okada drivers. Hope for the private sector. Hope for students. And hope for ordinary Ghanaians who did everything to bring him to office with such an overwhelming number. Mr. Speaker, we have no doubt that everything outlined here gives hope, and this House will support His Excellency to deliver on his commitment. But more importantly, this House will support His Excellency to deliver on the promise of accountability. Those who so damage our economy must be held accountable. And we will support him to deliver on the commitment to accountability. Mr. Speaker, on that note, I move that this House be adjourned to tomorrow 10 o'clock in the forenoon. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me, on behalf of the Minority Caucus, congratulate His Excellency the President first on his election. This is the first time after the election that he's been to this chamber and to deliver a message on the state of the nation. Our side take this opportunity to congratulate you and wish you well. Second, Mr. President, on the 21st of February 2013, you notably said, quote, Mr. Speaker, the meat is now down to the bones. This was on the occasion of your address to Parliament. And you said that the meat is now down to the bones. This was at the time, Mr. President, that you were President of Ghana. And you had served as chair of the economic management team of your own government. Yet, when you came to this house, you lamented on the same state of the economy that you had presided and re-echoed the point that we are left with just the bones. Mr. Speaker, the President again says that he has delivered less ministers. But it is clear that his strategy is, if less, more divide. You have appointed and more committees. Mr. Speaker, the President again came to this House with a familiar story, the usual lamentations. He packaged it in a language as though we have a new beginning. Mr. Speaker, if the President has any concerns, his duty is to fix it. Mr. Speaker, His Excellency, the President, has announced to us a cabinet of 19 with only 2 women. The President is part of the government, and we are seeing only 2 women in cabinet, and the Vice President is sitting there. In percentage terms, we have only 10% of women in cabinet. Mr. Speaker, the President again, as part of his lamentations, is telling the nation that through some arrangements, they have been able to do 2 things: pay domestic bonds that matured, and then also they have successfully done some financial engineering to pay some energy sector debt to keep our lights on. My question is, Mr. Speaker, has the President any budget? This is the budget he inherited, the revenues he inherited that he has used for this purpose. The same government is condemning. Mr. Speaker, he has today told us that we have 2.2 million Ghanaians unemployed. But what he has forgotten, that in his administration, in less than 100 days, all we know is sack them, sack them, sack them, dismiss her, dismiss her, dismiss her. Mr. Speaker, on the street of Accra today, the youth of the country are saying that Mahama Bakun termination bebre. Mr. Speaker, we are happy to hear from the President that he is going to launch the Nkokon Kitinkiti. We are happy to hear this, but we are curious because only yesterday we heard of a confirm. Mr. Speaker, the president talked about the school feeding program, and in his submission on the school feeding program and the status of it, he said that they are now feeding the children well. What he didn't say was that at the time he assumed office, the previous government had paid every single one of the caterers. What he failed to tell Ghanaians was that President John Ajekum Kufuor, who is seated in this chamber, was the one who initiated the school feeding program. He did not acknowledge him. Mr. Speaker, what are we seeing in this government? The same old stock. The same old stock. There's nothing new. There is nothing like transformation. Only yesterday, Mr. Speaker, the youth of the NDC besieged the headquarters of the NDC demanding for jobs. Where are the jobs? Mr. Speaker, today we are seeing the 184 or so filling this chamber, the 183, plus the independent MPs who have caucused with the NDC. Today this house is full, but Mr. Speaker, Mr. President must know that the majority is frustrated. They don't come to the chamber because there are no jobs for them. Mr. Speaker, we have patience for them.
Honorable members, please, honorable members, honorable minority leader, you have 1 more minute.
Mr. Speaker, when Akufo-Addo was here on his last sonar, Akufo-Addo had patience for Emmanuel Ama Kofi-Boa to speak. Mr. Speaker, there must be patience for the minority side. I cannot be limited, Mr. Speaker. Let me finish. Mr. Speaker, what we have heard today fails to acknowledge the strides made in the last 8 years. Mr. Speaker, the president failed to acknowledge that he came to meet a peaceful and a stable country. 2, the president failed to tell us that that he came to meet a public and civil service that the government, in spite of all challenges, was able to pay consistently. Mr. Speaker, the president failed to tell us that in spite of all the crisis, consistently, the Akufo-Addo government was able to increase wages. And the minimum we did was 11% as compared to his 10%.
Honorable Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Your time is up.
Mr. Speaker, to conclude.
Honorable members, my attention has been drawn to the presence of more distinguished members. And I want to draw your attention to them. Honorable members, we have with us in the chamber Honorable Bernard Mona, the PNC presidential candidate for 2024. 2, honorable members, we have the APC presidential candidate Hassan Abdullahi Ayarga. Honorable members, we also have the national chairman of the PNC, Mr. Asaki Samson Awingobit. And we have the PNC vice presidential candidate in the person of Joycelyn Akofa Doche. Honorable members, I now put the question. Honorable members, the motion has been moved and seconded. As many as are in favor of adjournment, say aye. As many as against, say no. I think the ayes have it. Honorable members, the ayes have it. The motion is adopted. The House is accordingly adjourned till Friday, 28 February 2025 at 10 o'clock in the forenoon. The House is adjourned.
Proper is now over. Parliament is adjourned till tomorrow. We heard from the majority speaker, the majority leader and the minority leader as well. The secondment finally came, and so Parliament is now able to adjourn. We'll now see the Speaker, the Chief Justice, and the President exit the chamber. And then, you know, the rest can follow in no particular order as I say it. But of course, there you have it in your shorts. On your television says the president is exchanging pleasantries with some of the MPs. We've seen his government, head of government business there, Felix Kwache Fosu. He's also exchanged handshake with Roads Minister Gavin Sagboja. There also in the shot is his finance minister. Now we see him exchange pleasantries with the majority leader, Mahama Ayariga. He goes all the way to the deputy majority leader, and it continues in that order as he exits the chamber today. If you just joined us, this is our continuing coverage of President Mahama's first State of the Nation address, SONA 2025. He has delivered the message. Parliament has listened to him. The public generally have listened to him. And now he is meeting members of the NDC majority caucus, exchanging handshakes and pleasantries with them as he exits the chamber today. In a tad, we'll bring you some interviews from among the MPs. You recall earlier, there appeared to be a contest of who can sing or chant louder between the majority side and the minority MPs. The minority MPs clad in black, the majority side in white. The majority leader jokingly says that it is because the minority caucus is mourning the state of the economy while they are hopeful of how the president will turn things around for the country. I'm going to quickly get into conversations here with my guests, just as we see, we'll keep that shot on the screen. So we see how the president is, and, you know, his vice president, Professor Jenana Opoku-Agyeman, are heading out of the chamber and bring you some, interviews from the ground subsequently. But if you're listening to us now, you may not be able to see us. In the studio with me are three gentlemen. To my immediate left is Senyo Hosi, convener of One Ghana Movement. Next to him is Joseph Paddy, who is head of industrial relations with Guta. Next to Joseph is Dr. Bote. Doc, let me get the full on that. It seems I left out your Dennis. Dr. Dennis Bote, who is a public health policy analyst. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We've gone through the entire process. We've seen how it ended. I want us to start off with, you know, the demeanor, the conversations, the comments that we saw in the very latter part of SONA 2025, just before we move on to, you know, the crux of the things that the president has said. Senor, I'll start with you. What are your observations of the interactions you saw post the president's address?
Quite interesting, but I mean, that's typical of parliamentary discourse and engagement. Nothing out of norm. I was really excited by Amakofi Boa's submission, and it's also interesting to hear what Afenyo also submitted. I must have a note that I really encourage a lot of our leaders as much as possible. I'm having vision problems. Hold on. To as much as possible reflect us on special days like this. It was beautiful seeing Baba Mahama. Togbe, Bagbin, Grandma Nana, Ohima Patricia, you know, and I'm sure by that you know who all the people I'm actually referring to. They were beautifully dressed in Ghanaian apparel, which I'm not dressed in, but I think they are leaders and they carry the nation along. So when we see them look a bit more like Ghanaians, and I think it's beautiful. It sells our culture pretty well. I miss all the stories that the government was talking about, the blaster experience, as well as Alaji Mahama Ayariga as well. You know, it was beautiful. It was beautiful, and I encourage our MPs on special days like this, with all the cameras on you, ceremonial days like this. Let's look more Ghanaian than not. It was a very beautiful scene. Ohima Lodina was beautifully dressed. But back to the engagement itself, as you asked, the discourse was interesting. It was obvious that I think that the MPP may have been somewhat tricked into their apparel. I don't think it was an optimal decision. They actually gave themselves.
It worked against them, right?
I mean, it was when I saw it, I said, "Who's advising these people?" But I mean, this is politics. Sometimes you gauge it right, sometimes you gauge it quite wrong. Yeah. I think that they could have probably been more positive about their position than actually look like they were actually mourning the state of the nation. While others were claiming to be hopeful. But all this is talk, which is necessary. It's good that we know the state of the nation. We'll come to those substantive issues later. But the art of it was going to be. I think also, back when I understand him, and it's reasonable that he exercises some firmness at some point relative to the time that Apenyo was using for his submission. I think he went a bit over time, somewhat for the speaker. But it's all understandable. It's all part of parliamentary discourse. You should go to the British Parliament, and then you see how engagements are. They are fiercer. I mean, less cordial. But it's all respected, and everybody accepts that as part of the discourse. So there's nothing untoward here. I think it's been a beautiful engagement.
I see. Joseph, I'll come to you. I mean, the minority seems to. One of the songs they were chanting was how they will not be oppressed. Using the stanza of the national anthem to put their message, across. Were they being oppressed? Is that what you saw? Particularly with the empaths, Joseph, where the speaker practically takes words out of the minority leader's mouth and just goes on with the process.
Yeah, I think it's because, I don't think they were being oppressed, but it's because they were going over their boundaries. That's so the speaker has to stamp his authority, and that's why they were chanting being oppressed. But all said and done, I think we expect this thing to happen. But the amusement part of it is where the minority went in their black apparel. That's the amusement part of it. They didn't know it was going to betray them, and then being in this black apparel, I thought they were going to be in their blue uniform, signifying their political party color, rather than being black. Like they were mourning the state of the nation. Obviously, we all know the state of the nation, but the president just came to reiterate what is happening and what we know already. And as we go into it, we'll be talking about that. But I don't think they were being oppressed. It's something that we expected to happen, and it's happening. But it's very beautiful. Like we see people around, we see the president in his uniform.
Hold on, Joseph. I quickly want to draw people's attention that right behind the president is the IGP. George Ekufu Dampare. A lot of conversations and rumors had gone round about where he was and what has happened to him in his position. So you're seeing him now on our television. Unfortunately, the photograph has been taken off. But, he was there earlier, dutifully doing his work right there behind the president. Joseph, conclude the point you're making.
Beautifully uniformed. He's right. He's been around, and he's still around. So let's hope he still stays and do his work well. We're all looking up to him. One of the areas we're also looking at is the security of the nation. And then President also spoke. We'll go into that, where President also was also looking for and calling for other neighboring countries to have a security alert and come together, harmonize our security system in the West Africa sub-region. So I think it's a laudable thing. Dampare is still in the system. And then we pray that he does the work where make sure Ghanaians are secured. We have a secured environment. But all said and done, Ghanaians were looking for a hopeful State of the Nation address.
And did you get that? Did you get a hopeful State of the Nation address?
Exactly so. And one, hopeful and very confident. The nation were looking for a hopeful State of the Nation, and the business community were looking for a confident State of the Nation address.
Which one would you say you got, being with Guta?
We had a nation one being hopeful, because when you look at the rate at which the youth are traveling out of this country, it's worrying. Because there's no hope. But this message is bringing hope that there's something that we could do to sustain or curtail the situation on the ground. And then the business-wise too, we are very confident. He has brought some few things. But our challenge is most time, government look at FDIs, the foreign direct investment. They don't look at internal. As it stands now, our economy are in the hands of foreigners. So what is, I wanted to hear something from the president. What is it doing that deliberately they will empower the Ghanaian economically?
I'm going to come back and pick your thoughts on that, but let me have Dr. Bote drop in, his thoughts on the interactions we've seen in the last minutes of the State of the Nation Address 2025. Today we saw a very packed, Parliament House. All sides were there, everybody. And I was saying earlier, that if we could have this every day, I want to hear your thoughts on what's happened so far.
Very well. So, I think that this has become, even though it's a constitutional requirement, it has become an annual ritual. But beyond the ritual, it's supposed to tell something to the people as to the state of the nation, where it is. And I think that in terms of the attendance from all stakeholders, it was quite beautiful. One side was very expectant and hopeful, and obviously showing that in their colors, and the other side obviously in black. But unfortunately, like I said, when I saw the black, I asked what are they mourning? Are they mourning the state of the economy, or are they mourning, or maybe it's a double jeopardy where they are mourning the overwhelming defeat they suffered, and then also the state of the economy. But it was also not without the usual theatricals, the hecklings, which we always see. But I think today the hecklings were a bit minimal. All throughout, I think it's been a beautiful ceremony, and something we can look forward with some amount of hope into the future with what the president has laid out. What I think was extraordinary about this particular one is the fact that this is a president who is having another stint at the presidency. He's been there before and then having it again, and which is novel. It's never happened in our history before. Now, so from the very onset of his speech, you could realize that he just didn't see where the state, what he inherited, but he actually took it from what he left behind at the end of 2016 and what he has come to inherit at the end of 2024 and then going forward. So he didn't just take it from just what I came to meet, but where I left it in terms of saying that as a 2016, from I think he mentioned that from January 2016 to the end of
multi-comparison of
exactly. So he has had the opportunity to go back, sit back, and look at like a coach. Went on halftime, studied the game, and he has come with a different approach. We are very hopeful that we all want the good of this nation, that with the policies that he's outlined, it would inure to the benefit of every Ghanaian. Yeah,
and hopefully we would have some time to dig into those policies. We also know that in a bit, as has been the tradition, the minority caucus will also deliver their version of the State of the Nation address, obviously to talk about things that they are not happy about or they think the president did not deliver the way as it should be. But in the meantime, we will continue with our conversation here. Senor, I come back to you. One thing that caught my attention is it would appear that in every sector of the economy, or at least most sectors of the economy, there is debt.
Overwhelmingly so. That's been known. The country, once you take debt to fund your budget at any point in time, it will cut across any sector. But the key problems have to do with key government agencies, which seem to be racking up debt that don't seem to be properly budgeted for and planned for from the central government side. The energy sector issues are very troubling. I work in the space, so I can confirm that I think it's maybe a little worse than the president may have captured. When you also add certain arrears and all that, put it into perspective, a lot of very poor, low productivity in that space. There are debts that are really going to add up to what he's estimated. At this rate, it means that for us to really pay off this 68 billion or so just at ECG, I think it's more than that. The whole country must stop paying any government worker for a whole year. It doesn't work. We cannot continue that way. Our wage bill is around 63 or something of that sort. In fact, when we even take all of that to pay everybody in a whole year, we still cannot pay it off. So it makes no sense that we have wrapped up things this way. You see, it all comes back to the issue of transparency and the commitment to good governance. Why are we all struggling with access to information? There's very little visibility and transparency as far as government activity, outcomes, and risk to the state is concerned. A lot of these numbers, most people are hearing it for the first time, all right? I used to sit on the Ghana Highways Authority board, and I used to complain, what is it that we do, that we keep things so secretly? For example, they talked about the state of roads. I think the last government has spent more on roads than anybody. Yeah. But the productivity is not on the road. I'll tell you, the state of roads on the highways, in 2016, we had 57% which were good roads. We had 36% which were fair roads, and only 7% which were poor roads. We spent a lot more money than we spent ever before. But guess what we get in 2023? 38% good roads, 44% fair roads, and 18% poor roads. Did we go or did we come? But if there was visibility on this and there were conversations on it, there'll be a lot more responsibility and accountability towards it. Even though you have spent more, why have you actually had less outcome? So you see, I was on a panel yesterday and I was saying, look, the problem with our governance, if we want to talk about managing for resources, is that a lot of times we do not talk about policy outcomes and outputs in conceptual and impactful ways. We talk about it in terms of input. We have spent more money on roads than everybody. And then what did you get?
13,000 kilometers.
I mean,
of course, the president today is debunking that. Yeah. But
I mean, you see, I won't able to hear 13,000 kilometers of road. What and so what? At the end of the day, what is your road mix? What is the outcome? Are good roads better than have we improved on that score? Have poor roads improved? Because after all these years, from 57%, you should be hitting 70%. Yeah. You understand? The 7% which were poor roads should now be getting closer to zero. Yeah. But you come and throw things, what does it mean? You understand? So our governance, accountability, and evaluation is poor. I didn't hear the president actually speak about what he was also going to do about those things. You understand? But having said that, I need to make a point before we go. You know, as I listened to the president, and he had very interesting terminologies he had put in for a number of things. Akukon ketin, ejuma ra, and teacher dabre. Mr. President, fantastic. But I beg you, we have over 88 dialects in this country. It could have been Akukon ketin or Nobihi for the Dagoma people. Or Enyonyoge or something. You know, Alo, Wabibi. We can mix them. I'm praying that next 2 weeks budget, we don't hear another account description of the entire budget. I have no problem with the budget.
Why is that important?
It is important because you have to carry a nationalistic culture and environment in the way we do things. Doing what Ken Ofrata said, almost everything had to be some account description of a budget. What the name? Jumapa, something, all kinds of something parts. Asempa, you know, everything is something is paying somewhere. We cannot continue like that. Next week, let's hear something from Dagati. Let's hear something from the Frafres. Let's hear something from somebody else. Don't come and give me Akan. I am not. It's the first language, Ghanaian language I learned, and it's a language I love, and people I love and committed to. But we have to carry the people along. I won't be happy if you come and do or gang. I think that they should start mixing it. Let's hear something too from Gonja. It helps people also adapt and also know other languages, other terminologies, and make people also feel a part of the country. You understand? Right, so this thing, Mr. President, don't buy like this again. I beg you. This one, who accept? So, Mr. Finance Minister, I beg you. Don't come and give us a year. Don't do anything like that. Go somewhere. Go and get a new terminology.
So do you propose we have a dialogue on one common language that we can use?
The train has left that station.
Yeah, I believe so. I agree.
I don't
think
that we should have had English as our language. I'd have accepted.
No, let's not digress.
But yes. You know, so Mr. Finance, Rat, Porto, easy. etum nye yo pe bibi bra so pass o bibia be hu grafo no as I gbe funu ya ba ma obi.
That's I mean, like I was saying earlier, we'll soon join that minority news conference on the state of the nation.
I don't know what they would want to say because
they obviously have a lot to say.
And let me say something. They are the ones who brought the state of the nation. The year just ended. The man has been there for 50 days. Is it the state of the 50 days or the state of the country that they have handed over to the current government? You know, so I would
like to think that they would want to.
I would advise the minority to be quite strategic.
Senor, I have to go. I have to go. But you've asked the question. Now let's go listen to the minority on their response to your question on what else they have to say.
Where did they get money from? Within this shortest possible time, they have borrowed almost 59 billion Ghana cedis. Only in 50 days. Only in 50 days. Less than 2 months. Less than 2 months. Mahama's administration has borrowed 59 billion, unprecedented. So all that we are telling you is that Ghanaians have given them their mandate. Ghanaians are expecting them to treat everyone, whether you are from the north or south or central part of Ghana, whether you are Nilaye or Kwame Asante or Delali or Amegashi. Ghana is one country with one people, with one destiny. Why are they even sacking nurses and teachers? Whilst in most of the communities in the northern part, Ashanti, and in the Volta region, they don't even are vindicating us that we left a better economy. Secondly, the proper policy. Our economy was good enough. The process of it have been used to manage the proper policies. Another thing that we left was a better security, safety, fundamental human rights. Ghana was peaceful. We were living together till they took over. So we don't want you people to go out there and be deceived. At the appropriate time, we'll give details of a bit of the economy and then the social framework of this country that we left as a government. Go and count the number of STEM schools we built. Go and count the number of school buildings we put up. Go and count the number of health facilities. Go to the police. Go to the army. Go to all the security agencies. Unprecedented developmental achievement. So in conclusion, I would like to conclude by saying that the NPP government actually left a well-restored economy after what Ghana went through as a result of the severe economic crisis. Ghanaians were enjoying the social interventions that I named all of them. Yes, Ghana went through challenges, but before we left, these challenges had been dealt with and the economy had been put on a very sound footing for the NDC government to continue the good job that we did. Thank you very much for giving us your attention.
Yeah. So, also MP there, Dr. Stephen Amwa, addressing the press, saying they left a better country for the NDC, and a host of other issues they are raising, challenging the State of the Nation address that the President has just delivered in Parliament. If you're just joining us, it's our continuing coverage. I still have my gentleman here with me in the studio. And Senor, I'll let you have a take on this, but let me go around the table and then I'll come back. Joseph, you just heard from the minority side, they think that they left a better country, better than the President has told us today. Your thoughts?
Like I said earlier on, we know the state of the...
Well, Joseph, hang on. We'll just pick that interview with Sam George quickly. We'll come back here.
The state of the economy that has been inherited is abysmal. It's worrying and it's troublesome. But what gives me confidence is that President Mahama has reiterated to the Ghanaian people his desire and will to make sure that he fixes the problem. He has a track record of fixing problems that he inherits, and he's indicated that he will fix of the current economy. I'm confident he's giving us our marching orders, and so we're going to work towards it and ensure that he delivers on his mandate. I'm confident that President Mahama will turn around the fortunes of the country. It's tough at the moment, it's difficult at the moment, but we'll pull it through.
It's not true.
also in relation to the jobs to be created under your sector. We know there's that 1 million coders program which the presidency has almost put under your ministry. How soon should Ghanaians expect that to be rolled out?
It's part of the 120-day social contract. So we're going to start before the 7th of May. Before the 7th of May, we will launch it and begin the rollout of the program. And then we'll start with a pilot and then we'll escalate as we go ahead. But we're confident that before the end of the year, you'll see the full rollout of this program. But we would launch it and start the first batch of trainings before the 7th of May this year.
Honorable, thank you. Just maybe quickly on the SIM registration. Also, same question. When are we supposed to see that?
We're putting together the modalities for it. Like I said, it's going to be technology driven. So there's a technical committee that's been set up to work on it with the NIA and the MNOs, and so we're going to and the NCA. So that's going to kick off very soon. Once we announce it, you'll begin to get the phones to verify your registration.
I know that I said that was my last question, but there's been some conversation, some will want to call it controversy with respect to GBC, and the minority leader had raised some concerns on the floor of the House. You took to social media wanting to respond to him. Also make the argument it's legitimate if the handle of the presidency is not using the state broadcaster, and that you should do a lot more to do that.
The minority leader must get a proper education on the structure of governance. He's the minority leader. He can't be making uninformed statements. You can't be asking the Minister for Communication, Digital Technology and Innovations questions about GBC. That's a question for the Minister for Government Communications. That's why I said the minority leader is uninformed. So for his education, he should know where to channel his questions. That's a question for the Minister for Government.
Thank you very much for speaking to us. That's the Honorable Sam George speaking to us. Let's try and get the deputy majority leader as well speak to us just briefly. Honorable, we've heard you address the media as well just a short while ago. Is it to say that you in the minority are unimpressed with the State of the Nation address as delivered today?
Yes, exactly so. I take this opportunity to greet all our viewers. I must say that the true state of the economy is not what the president presented. Because if we are talking about 50 days in office, the true state of the economy is about lawlessness. The true state of the economy is revocation of employment. The true state of it is insecurity. The true state of the economy is economic mismanagement.
Already?
Already.
50 days there's been economic mismanagement?
Already. These are what is happening in this country at the moment. And what we also expected was for the president to come up with a statement that everybody will wow him or will say that yes, this is it. But as usual, I don't think you heard anything tremendously new about what the president was stating out there. It's the usual ones, and most of it, he's actually leaning on the initiatives that we've already introduced to come up with other policies to come and address the economic problem. So it's nothing new. It's nothing impressive. I believe that what is happening at this point in time, you remember when the president came, our former president addressed us earlier this year about the state of the nations. One of the things that he mentioned was that I came to meet Dumso, but I'm happy to inform the country that I'm going away with the lights on. How has it become a problem? Currently we are experiencing Dumso. It is a very serious issue. And the excuse they are offering out there about the West African gas pipeline is not impressive. It's not something that we can be impressed about. I think that what the issues were resolved, and therefore we needed a superior strategy to make sure that the light stays on.
So for you, after hearing this today, you don't think there's hope for the Ghanaian people?
I don't think there's hope for anybody, because all that I listened to were lamentations. If you are lamenting, you have been given the mantle, and you claim that you have been given a resounding victory, then fix it. So, and what we expect is the plans to fix it. But I won't be able to say that I'm convinced that there is any superior plan out there to fix what we have already.
Thank you very much, Honourable. That's the Honourable Deputy Majority Leader speaking to us right now in relation to the State of the Nation address as delivered by the President John Dramani Mahama. We're going to speak to the Minister as well for Environment, Science and Technology as well shortly, and then bring to you a bit more perspective in relation to what it is that we've heard from the President. But let's quickly hear from the Environment Minister.
Perfection. Some of the things he said. That's why I am saying that our friends should stop playing the man. They should play the ball. They should challenge a single statement the President made, which is not true. In the area of agriculture, in the area of corruption, in the area of health, everything. In fact, we were told that Agenda 111, they had done a number of Agenda 111 hospitals. It's operational. Let them come and say that the President, what he said was not true. So I just realized that they feel that they must say something. And what Honorable Afenyo Markins did today, if you know Afenyo very well, you would realize that it was incoherent, as if someone who was not prepared. You can liken it to if a gamma lizard more people. Someone prepared to write biology, and he prepared on a gamma lizard. He went into the exams, and the question they asked was on a crocodile. So he looked at it and said, if a gamma lizard, more paper. So I must say the things I plan to say, even if what I'm saying wouldn't make any sense. And that was a classic example of a gamma lizard we witnessed on the floor of Parliament.
Honourable, with respect to the plans going forward, we know that there's been a number of initiatives as announced by the President, a number of which falls directly under your ministry. What can the Ghanaian people look forward to, particularly from your ministry, going forward?
If you read the NDC's manifesto, we have not indeed given our commitment only to fight Galamsey and to stop the menace. We've also said that having stopped Galamsey, there are certain things that ought to be done. That is why we have the Blue Water Initiative in the NDC's manifesto. If you see a water body that is undisturbed, lying down, it appears to be blue, even if you use a satellite. That is the true state of our water bodies. Unfortunately, as a result of the Galamsey menace, our water is milky. President Mahama indeed indicates that we shall begin the steps to ensure that that Blue Water Initiative comes to reality. Again, tree for every man, or tree for life. And the President indicated, as I said during my vetting, that we want to take it further, every child per tree. Kids are very competitive, so that if every child is given the responsibility to plant a tree and nurture that tree, that child would want the tree to grow and blossom. Another very important point the President made has to do with and electronic. A lot of proposals presented to me as at the Ministry of Environment, Science and Tech. And those proposals are things that we are looking at. It's not government that is entirely going to do it. We're going to do it in partnership with private entities. But let me make this point very clear. I have had several questions as to whether, because innovation has been taken to Ministry of Communication, and therefore environment cannot be talking about innovation. I think that it is completely misunderstanding of the concept. All the agencies under the Ministry of Environment, Science and Tech, their core mandate and function are to research and to innovate. If you look at SIR, it's about research and innovation. If you look at Ghana Atomic Energy Commission, it is to research and then to innovate. If you take a Nuclear Regulatory Commission, so all the agencies, so the aspects of innovation which has been taken from the Ministry of Environment, Science and Tech to be given to Ministry of Communication has to do with digital innovation. But innovation in the area of agric, in the age of medicine, in the age of the ministry still has that responsibility. And I think it is important we make these things very clear. So one, Galamsey is a major challenge that is confronting us, confronting livelihood, confronting the ecosystem, and even the habitats that dwell in them is something that we have started already to fight. But in as we have also indeed started the process to restore the water bodies, to reclaim the degradable land, and also to look at other means by which we would indeed initiate so that we don't get to where we are today. It needs political will, and the president indeed made his position very clear. It doesn't matter who is engaged in it, whether you belong to NDC or MPP, we shall deal with those who are engaged in that activity or that act ruthlessly without any favor.
Well, thank you very much for speaking to us. That's the Honourable Minister for Environment, Science and Technology. Let's speak to the Nshaisu MP as well and a former Deputy Finance Minister quickly. Honourable, you addressed the media just a short while ago. Simply put, you in the minority are not pleased with the State of the Nation address as delivered by the President, particularly on the economy. The big question Ghanaians will ask is why? Because one of reasons why a lot of people believe you lost the elections.
Okay, thank you very much, and thank you for this opportunity. Honestly, the economy at a point in time was not doing well. This is an established fact, and it was a global challenge. That time, the global economy grew negative. Go and check. Global inflation rate post-COVID over 200%. So we realized that the Ghanaian economy, as well as the global economy, had challenges. This is but have you also forgotten that because of the Ghanaian they paid, in fact, the private sector over 40,000 people. We had revenue shortfall of about 12 billion Ghana cedis. So we're using debt financing. Our debt to GDP went up. That is a fact. This was a global crisis. But when we were leaving power just last year, the economy to a large extent had been restored. This is a fact. In fact, GDP had grown provisionally 6.3%.
So you think all of these things?
By November 2024, the economy had grown 6.3%, almost twice as 2016, 3.4. Agri, industry, services were growing 2.7, 4.3, and low numbers, but they were all growing 4.5. Over 8%, 5% when we're handing over power to them. So what we are saying is the president is not telling Ghanaians the true state of the economy.
So he's not telling us the true state of the economy.
We didn't leave doom so for them. Now they are even sacking public service and civil servants. Nurses and teachers are being sacked.
They say you didn't budget to pay these individuals you employed, and so there was no budgetary allocation for them, and so
some of them 1 year. Government is continuity. The Constitution of Ghana states any ambiguity that every citizen must enjoy his fundamental human rights, and one of them is to have access to state facilities. Why are they doing selective justice? Equality before the law, Article 17. So the state, look, railway sector, it is unprecedented in the history of this country.
The work that was done.
The work that
he acknowledged that and said that the Mpakadan railway line was going to be opened.
It's already commissioned. It's already commissioned. The coaches are here. So he twisted a lot of the issues. Go to Defense Ministry, find out the unprecedented accomplishment in the area of the things we needed for your future and my future in terms of securities. He was talking about the insecurities along our borders. Now he failed to realize that the money he said Defense Ministry had actually incurred had been used for productive purposes for the country and for the future and for your safety and my safety. So the president, in my opinion, was not sincere with us. But his composure was good. He spoke well. I mean, there were a few mistakes, but that was normal because he stood there for a long time. So generally, he did well. But I think there were a lot of pieces of relevant information that he concealed just because of politics.
Honorable, thank you. I just want to ask one last question, whether you think, based on all that you heard, there's hope for Ghanaians at least.
That he spoke for Ghanaians.
There is hope.
I think saying something is one and doing it is another. He actually listed a number of propositions or proposals. But whether you remember that they've promised one-time premium before. They've promised one-time premium before. They couldn't do it. So saying it's one thing and doing another thing. And at the same time, his government is sacking poor Ghanaians who have been able to secure jobs. In my constituency alone, about 7 people have been sacked by this government. Poor people, young ones that their parents had to struggle to get them education. Then after school, you are sacking them.
You feel that that's untenable?
I've never seen this before. Right. For public service, civil service, health sector, educational sector. In fact, education and health are essential services. And that there are places in Ghana here that we don't even have nurses and teachers. Right. So why are you sacking them?
Right then. Honorable, I appreciate these thoughts, and I'm sure we'll be speaking to you a lot more. But let's speak to the Honorable Nawani as well on matters in relation to health. We had the President speak to Agenda 111 and the challenges, asking for possibly public-private partnerships to find a solution in dealing with it. Are you pleased with what it is that we heard today from the President, touching on the respective sectors, but maybe narrowing it down to health for you?
Let me say good afternoon to the viewers of TV3 and say that President Mahama delivered the best State of the Nation address in the past 8 years. And he touched on every aspect. On the issues of health, he demonstrated that he's on top of issues. And really reset the health sector. First and foremost, I want Ghanaians to know that even before we start work on the health sector, we have a 15 billion cedis debt that have been left behind by the previous government. And since 2014, they have not imported medical equipment and distributed it to the government hospitals. In other words, for more than 10 years now, they have not bought any equipment. And so we have a problem. We have a problem to ensure that we supply the government hospitals with new equipment. On the Agenda 111, that I believe most Ghanaians are interested. The President stated that they did not even complete a single one. They were not able to operationalize a single one. Let me emphasize that block work, when you do the block work, or you build and you have done the block work, you have completed it. And that work that has been done is far from completion. On Agenda 111, the previous government spent $400 million, and yet they did not complete any one of them. And this amount could have completed 22 of such hospitals. And I am saying that, why did we not spend this money to complete 22 hospitals than to spread it over 101 projects that is of no use?
Right. And so for you, hope has come. Ghanaians can look forward to the health sector improving under His Excellency John Mahama.
We expect a lot of improvement. We expect that he will import equipment for the hospitals. We also expect, he has stated, that he's trying to get partnerships to complete Agenda 111. Apart from that, you know, under Donald Trump, the USAID have withdrawn their support for the health sector. And he is saying that he has instructed his finance minister to look for $150 million to augment the health sector budget, such that HIV/AIDS, malaria programs, TB programs, maternal care and child care, all these programs will be catered for under his government. Yes. So I mean, I believe that he knows what he's talking about, and we active Minister of Health.
Right then.
I believe that things will go well for the health sector.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Let's try possibly and then just get what is a quick response from Dr. Samuel Free with respect to the concerns raised in the health sector.
Just get fraud on. If I have to advise Mr. President, I'll advise him that if the USAID is pulling out from the north in health promotion and prevention, they are going to you by $75 million. You need to finance it yourself. The president was quiet about the uncapping of the NHIA. If you uncap the NHIA, we will get 11 billion. We were capping it. We talked about it. My government didn't change it. They put it in the manifesto 102, 5.26, number 1 in the NDC manifesto. They said, no, number 3, they said they are going to make funds available 100% to the NHIA. So that was a major financing thing and promise. The president was so quiet on it, which means that the president may not uncap it, and that is going to be a major deceit in his campaign. Yeah.
We're waiting the budget to officially come out, and so some will say that on the uncapping of the NHIA, for instance,
the constitution says uncapping NHIA, and you are going to save 5 billion. You're going to add 5 billion. It's a major, monumental. 5 billion is a monumental achievement because we did 6.4 billion to them. And you are going to make, we are expecting 11 billion. And you are going to make 11 billion available. So you can even use some of the 11 billion to finance the Mahama Trust, which I disagree with what the president thinks. The president is saying that he's going to finance what is being financed already by the NHIA. He's going to finance cancers. Cancers have been financed by the hypertension. That is the non-communicable. It's been done now by the NHIA. He's going to finance diabetes. It's been done by the NHIA. Now, what is not being done is prostate cancer, which last year we proposed and the technical team has approved it. So this year it will come on. So they will do prostate cancer. All the 4 childhood diseases, cancer cases are now being taken care of. So if the president says it's going to take care of non-communicable, it is not. It is a non-starter.
Well, the concern with respect to these childhood cancers that are expected to be taken care of is, I've spoken to health officials who say that on paper, the NHI is supposed to be taking care of it. But when you get to the ground, parents were being turned down. That possibly could be a reason why this new initiative is being introduced.
That is there to talk about the co-payment in the system. So you are going to uncap it, means you make a lot of funds available to them. And you release the funds timely. If you release the funds timely, that's okay. What I would suggest to the president is that if the USAID is pulling out $75 million on health promotion and prevention, then the medical trust that he wants to establish should focus on health promotion and prevention to fill in the gap for the USAID, but not to say treatment of cancer. Already the NHIA is going to do it. And if you are uncapped, it will have more funds. Otherwise, you will have people double billing. Look, it's going to be a recipe for fraud. Don't go there. Don't go there. Go to where it's green. Where it's green is the USA said, I'm not going to finance you for malaria again in the north. I'm not going to finance you for HIV treatment again. So I normally finance you for prevention and promotion, good behavior. So it's timely decision for the president to fit in with his trust, but not to say I'm going to treat when the NHI has, even for dialysis, as I'm speaking to you now, since it became a topical issue from last year and from this year, anybody with kidney failure who goes to a healthcare facility is going to be financed by the NHIA now. Now it is part of the benefit package approved in October. So you cannot say that your trust is going to finance dialysis. Now, all equipments, the NHIA gave 30 dialysis machines to Kolebu because they receive 80% of the cases. And they gave 2 to the north, Temale, 2 to Cape Coast, Ho, and 5 to Konfanhonoche. So even for equipments, we have. So I think they have to tweak it. They have to tweak it. It's not right.
Just quickly on the PPA on Agenda 111, just quickly, which has been mooted by the president. Just quickly.
I don't know why the president said it was non-is operational. If you go to Achanse, a couple of the ones which are ready, they don't have staff. Yet you came in and you were sacking the staff. Achanse now has all the staff, full complement. On Monday they are starting. So the one that has been finished, please don't sack Ghanaians, don't sack nurses, don't sack lab people. Post them to the new ones, devoid of politics, and you see they will be operational. They will operate. They will start operating. For the ones you cannot, I support the president for private-public partnership. That one, I think there's nothing wrong in that one.
Thank you very much. I see the health minister. Just quickly, if we could get one word from the health minister quickly before we get back into the studio.
Do we need 1.3 billion or 1.7 billion to complete the project?
So let's start. We can start.
Sir,
last interview, I beg you.
Yeah, so Honorable, just quickly with respect to the financing amounts for the agenda which you were speaking to just before.
Let me give you the facts as pertain Agenda 111. The fact. Number one, before you embark on such an ambitious project, you need to look for the sources of funding. The difference between His Excellency John Dramani Mahama's government and the NPP government is that when we were leaving power in 2017, we left some ongoing projects, but then we left money, Aerojet, NMS, and those ones. In this case, there is no dedicated sources of funding. That's the first fact. Number two, they estimated the project to cost about $1.7 billion. Number three, as at the time they were leaving office, they had spent not less than $400 million. $400 million. Now, per their own estimates, which they estimated each district hospital at the general to cost $18 million. What it means is that $400 million could have completed not less than 22 of the Agenda 111 project. Not only couldn't they complete the 22, but they still left a debt of not less than $1 billion. $1 billion. In addition to the $400 million. And therefore, as we stand, Mr. President, audits are clear and simple. Audits advise me the way forward, but then bring the private sector in and let's determine the way forward.
Thank you very much. So that's the health minister who's just making his way out of Parliament, and essentially arguments made by both the majority and the minority. The majority saying that hope has been inspired by the president. The minority disagrees, but for now we know that the debate will linger on, and then there will be the chance for the members of Parliament as well to take the floor and then debate. But back to you in the studio right now, Kemeni, for ongoing programming as well.
From Parliament. We'll continue with our conversation here in the studio. And Joseph Paddy is Industrial Relations Head of GUTA. We were on the subject of, we'll come back to this health issue, but let's continue from where we left off. On the subject of energy, GUTA will play a very crucial role there because your members will need energy for the work that you do. But you heard the president and the fact that he says when he was leaving in 2017, there was no doomsday. But he seems to have inherited a very tough energy sector. The minority, on the other hand, particularly the deputy minority leader, who is affectionately called Mama Pat, said that, listen, it would appear that they came back and they came with doomsday rather. because they came to meet a healthier energy sector, but they have brought Dumso back. What do you see from where you sit?
Like we said, we all know the state of the nation already. So the president just came to reiterate the state of the nation that we know, that the economy is not doing too well, wasn't too well, it's not doing too well. So we all looking for the way forward, how to grow the economy once again. But we know ECG owe about 68 billion cedis, which is a fact, and it's a challenge. That's why when they came in recent time, we nearly had a Dumso again. But before Mahama was leaving office, we were made to understand that Dumso was the thing of the past. We put all the structures in place. So that's the fact on the ground. So what the Mama Pat was saying was not a true reflection of what was the ground. And like we really need energy. Well, government is saying we should go into production. Now we import so much, we import too much. Let's go into production. But when you look at the factors of production, energy is one of it, and which is expensive. That is why you see Ghanaian will want to go into production, want to go into manufacturing, but he's not competitive to his neighbors. We buy the same raw material at the same price, but putting all this together, cost of borrowing, energy, it makes cost of production extremely high. So it's one of the major concerns that we need. If we really want to partner government in this area of 24-hour economy, energy is a key role that we need in there. You know, you go out in the night, almost every street is darkened. How can you run a 24-hour economy with these dark areas? Our street lights are not working. I was traveling from Tema to Accra just yesterday, and on the motorway it's full of darkness. You know, so energy is a critical role, and it plays a major role if we need to go into production as we want to run this 24 hours. The 24-hour economy is a game changer if we were to put all the structures in place and work it together. So the energy area is very critical, where we need to look at that area critical, because the amount of money that we owe there is...
Speaking of that money we owe, did the government or the president convince you enough that they have a plan to deal with the energy sector debts that they have come to meet, they have inherited?
Yes, because they've put some structures in place. That's why I said there must be reforms in those areas. And you also spoke about the gas pipeline that is being worked on. But we believe when those come into streamline, we'll have maybe a cheaper energy to work with. So it's early days yet. We pray that one of his major concerns is going to partner the private sector. It's also a key role. It's going to help. You know, the public-private partnership. When we all come together, we're able to work out something for the nation. So I think it's a welcome idea and a welcome news. So we are hopeful that the president will, it's not just by saying, be a doer, not only a hearer. So we pray that the president will be a doer of whatever he has said. Yes. And seriously, we need stakeholder engagement. That's one of the critical areas. Governance is our collaboration.
Well, I would have thought the president was doing that already. He's having one on the education sector.
So we welcome that idea, but it should go beyond that. You know, the state of the nation is not only in the economy. We have to look at security. We look at policies. You know, because when you are coming out with the policies, you need to engage your stakeholders. But most times policies are imposed on people. That's why most times they resist policies. So I believe with this, his moves is a welcome idea. And it's a welcome news where he's now trying to engage the stakeholders that we all come together to develop the nation as a whole. So it's a welcome news.
Indeed. Senor, I know you have to go. So before I go to Dr. Bote, let me pick your thoughts quickly on all that we have heard and seen so far.
I like what he said when he talks about the state of the nation is already, you know. Somebody says if you want to know the state of a country, look at how their traffic lights work. So I don't think.
So how is our own looking like?
I beg you can see for yourself. Don't ask me this one. You know, but it's not in a good state, and I don't think that the MPP should lose sight of the realities of the time. I mean, it's important that the people feel that you connect with their situation. That's my only disappointment with the position or the posture of the MPP on this matter. Things are not good. Let's all admit that they are not good. Let's debate the pathway to recovering or correcting it. Let's do that together. That's fine. And I appreciate the president's openness and readiness to engage not just his own people, but even the opposition. I wish I take his last words, and which were just fantastic. I was very impressive hearing him say that. But the state of the SOEs is mind-boggling. You look at Cocoa Board, how can Cocoa Board lose money? You create a monopoly. You are largely in charge of everything. You have absolute control, and get into a state of about 32.5 billion CD debt. I don't think that is forgivable. I wanted to really hear the president, even though he mentioned the bit of oral and all that, but you know, we can't get into this state like this and then sort of accept that we just have a problem. We don't have a problem. A problem has been created for us as a people, and people must be held accountable for this. This is not acceptable yesterday, tomorrow, and forever. You're a monopoly. And look at where cocoa is. Cocoa is almost gone in our country.
Yes.
Over 1 million tons that we've been running.
Drop to 500.
We've dropped down to 500. We now even do forward sales, and we are now borrowing to pay for forward sales instead of us paying for forward sales in beans. It is not acceptable. All right, we've always known that there's a problem in there. They've not been able to pay cocoa cocoa bond and bill owners, and even this 32 billion is after the DDP readjustments that have been made. I'm trying to get the president's rallying call, and made this. He said that there were some critical takeaways that he was leaving. He thinks the people of Ghana have entrusted on him. One is fighting corruption effectively, running a lean government of not more than 60 ministers. I don't disagree with him, but it's not just your ministers, Mr. President. It's about the total size of your government. The productive part of it, the unproductive part of it.
Well, I think he made that point.
The dodge that's going on in America, Ghana needs it times 2. The Department of Government Efficiency, we're rationalizing our workforce to make sure people are productive, and we actually have a proper spend on our workforce. It's critical. It is critical. We don't just create employment and pay people just for nothing. But you see, the budget is tight. If we have unproductive workforce, government must prune it. Create space so that you can deploy it for broader public good. A few people cannot capture the state. No. In the name of labor, no. You must capture the state in the name of productivity. That you are driving productivity, and for which reason that road should be maintained. We can't just get up here and just double the welfare because we want to just create employment. I don't agree with that. We need to make sure that government can have fiscal space to make the investment that can unlock other parts of the economy, can allow unemployed youth to be productively engaged. Not just by creating jobs and making people be claiming to be having jobs somewhere and then nothing's happening. No. If the government workforce is overstaffed, prune it. Prune it. There's going to be a period of correction. People should go back out there. And in any case, think about it. A lot of this overstaffing in our government workspaces and SOEs is all because of politics. Politicians just throwing their people there instead of them using their brains to create job and employment and using their power to influence unlocking the economy so that their friends and their people or their party people can naturally be absorbed by the broader economy. What they all want to do is just use their influence to push people into state-owned enterprises. When there's no productivity there, go to many of them, the energy sector, go to Petroleum Commission, go to MPA, go to it's all overstaffed. Go to BOSS, overstaffed. Almost all these institutions have MPP and MDC workforce. It doesn't make sense. We must stop. So please, Mr. President, I don't just agree with you about your 60 ministers. I agree. I hear you. But if you do 60 ministers and you go ahead and go and NASA appointing 2 deputy CEOs where these things were not there before, it was not like that. It's another who brought it. We can't continue it. So if you are doing 2 deputy CEOs, which you came to meet, don't do 2 deputy CEOs. Start reducing that. Let's see. Realignment of ministries, agencies, and departments. I agree. What does that mean?
Well, he has done some realignment.
Yeah, I'm saying that you see realignment. What does that mean? Is it a matter of just reducing the number of ministries? Is it the matter of also going in there to see how you can make the organizations efficient? Reviewing the workforce, make sure that people who are there are really working and we don't even have ghost names. I want to see a bit more of that than just saying we have merged them. We have merged them, and what happened? We still have more people who are unproductive, or we have rather merged them to productivity. So there's a lot more work. Introduce austerity, reducing wasteful expenditure and spending. I agree. And he's showing that. The president is showing that by his conduct and his early decisions. 6 March, we are not going to do a big fanfare at Blaster Square anymore. We are doing something modest. That is very good. He sent something about our travel. All right, there's one step. I think I've made my comments about it. These are nice symbols, but we need to see what he said. And he said this was really good. He's leading by example. So, Mr. President, your leadership by example is critical. It's the only way you can drive the culture. So when people shift the gear negatively against your direction, you deal with them. Otherwise, the culture will not be corrected. He said he wanted to widen Ghana's tax net, reforming tax waivers, and all. That's true. Ultimately, one of the things I see missing here is that we need to have a vibrant economy that absorbs our teeming unemployed youth. Our teeming unemployed youth do not need to be employed by government. Sustainable jobs will come from the broader economy and the non-government part of the economy. How is government using its state power to deliver and drive productivity within the sector? You know, we didn't see too much of that in his submission, but a lot of promises. One big thing for me is, we've said this, I want to do this, I want to do this, I want to do that. How are we funding most of the I want to do this, I want to do this, I will do this? I love what he said, and he kept saying that John Dramani, meaning he's putting his own person and reputation online, are giving us his personal commitment and assurance. And I'm just telling you, going to call on the president that he will need to take drastic measures. That some may not be popular, but once you can make sense to the broader people, we will be there to support you to have it done. And I call on the opposition. The president has said something very clearly here in his last words. They say, though the state of our nation now may appear bleak and the task of addressing it may seem daunting, nothing should stop us from achieving our goals once we set our minds to it. And he calls on, in one collective push, we can resolve to make this great nation bequeathed to us by our forebears and see it come into fruition. It needs us to work together for us to achieve it. He says every Ghanaian, regardless of political affiliation, background, or status, has a responsibility to play a key role in nation building and work towards a complete reset of our country. That includes being critical of the gaps that he makes. So I'm not saying the opposition shouldn't do their work, but do your work. But don't do it just because you are called opposition. Do it because it's going to be constructively changing the fortunes of our country. The fact that you're in opposition, you wish to come to government tomorrow, doesn't mean that today you want to be hungry. You want the future of your children today for the next 4 years not to be bright. No, we should have an environment where our competition is about superior ideas, not a race to the bottom, not a race to you becoming negative so that I can come in. We'll always have a zero-sum game.
Right.
The question is, can we run faster? You are running as Usain Bolt. How do we run faster than you? That should be the conversation. It's not how do we cut your leg so that you become slower than a tortoise, then I can run like a chicken and still be in front of you. It doesn't help anybody. The president has made a good rallying call, which I think carries the nation appropriately. But we need to bring meaning to it. So the budget will tell us how that is going to happen. The health issue about his fund, I would advise the president, they should really look.
You mean the Mahama care?
I don't know which is the Mahama care or something like that. Look, we need to look at that COVID levy. The fiscal situation is not great. Ideally, that levy should not be there. But that levy should rather be changed. And it instead of it sitting into the consolidated fund, maybe it should rather go to the health trust fund. So he set up a health trust fund. This one person goes there and he goes for structured interventions in our health space. I mean, this is something I think they should look at. Taking it out, may have implications for your broader fiscal sustainability, but making it focused and structured would really help. Because up to now, we still haven't heard how it will be funded, but we are told that come 2 weeks, we'll hear the budget, and we hope that from that we'll have answers to that.
Some of these questions,
because everything has to be paid for. But we don't agree to another they have to change the name.
Another what?
They should go to Dagati land or Mount.
You mean the name for the budget?
But I beg them, that one. Even there was another one I missed.
That is the Oniado.
Oniado is okay. One statement. All the teams and packages are kind of about 4 or 5.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
You agree
anyway,
now?
well, because you are stopping on health, let me bring in Dr. Bote now. Doc, it would appear that Agenda 111 seems to have taken the shine when it comes to the health sector. But what did you hear? What caught your attention today?
Well, I think in my earlier submission in the morning, I made mention of the fact that when this whole idea about Agenda 111 was brought up, I thought it was more populist than pragmatic. So I think as a nation, we should move away from populism to pragmatism. What is not realistic is not realistic. And so with what we have, with the resources we have, we could have completed a few and it would have been operational. Still, we could have some health workers working in there and making a living. With going forward, I think that what the president said is in good strides. That I mean, we have to bring in the government would have to do what it can do, but then private sector would be able to also join hands in the partnership. I mean, if you go to countries like India, where it has become more like a medical tourism country now, I asked some of the doctors how India got to where they are, because a lot of the great hospitals you see there, they are all private. Most of them are private, and they will tell you that it's because of government commitment to ensure that they get to that level. So if you want to bridge the infrastructure gap in the health sector, it does not necessarily have to be by the government, but government can still partner with private sector and spread all these facilities all across the country. In so doing, in the terms of people having access to healthcare, it goes beyond just the facilities being there, physical facilities, but having touched on every facet of the economy, as elaborated in his speech. You have agriculture would feed into health. If you take transportation, it feeds into health some way, somehow. Transportation systems, it also helps in development in terms of access to healthcare. If you talk of roads, if you talk of energy, if you talk of education, well-educated people would have certain choices, certain ways of choosing the kind of healthcare or their healthcare assessment needs. Also comes in handy. Sports plays into health. The more sports you have in the country, the healthier the people. I mean, he mentioned about, talked about water. I mean, trying to show that there's water supply everywhere. And that, by so these days, you go to hospital and they are told that it covers only consultation fee. Whatever else is left, you have to pay for it. So it is there on paper. The
health insurance?
Yeah. I mean, you go to some place, they will tell you, say, oh, consultation fee pay. But medications and things you have to buy. And that is not healthy enough. So as we go forward, when we have all these things, all these holes plugged, I think our health system is likely to become more robust and more effective for the population.
Doc, because you have to go, let me stay on you a little bit longer, particularly on the health sector. The president also talks about the USAID's 90-day pause and, you know, the impact it could have on the country. He's talked about the ministry and the Ministry of Finance looking for immediate financial arrangement to mitigate the loss. But you are within the sector. How important is the need to immediately look for funding for the gap that could be created if this 90-day pause continues?
You see, there's a saying that when the tide is receding, one thinks they can empty the ocean with a bucket. So when we're not having diphtheria, we are not having measles, we think that these things are not there. But the last time we had measles vaccine shortage, we saw what happened in the country within a short time. So problems are there. The healthcare problems that can be prevented or controlled are all in the system. So with this help from the USAID, as we have it, if that help is withdrawn...
Doc, unfortunately, all the wise things you're saying, we can't hear you because there's a problem with your sound. I want to come back to you and then you make that point. In the meantime, I'll move on to Joseph. Joseph, you may not work in the health sector, but you are affected by how things go as far as health is concerned. Did the president touch on anything in the health sector that you thought brings you hope when it comes to healthcare delivery in this country?
Yes, I think he spoke about this Agenda 111 issue.
Right.
That they need to redevelop it. And one good thing about his speech was that whatever the previous government has done, they will continue it. Unlike what we see before, where one project is being started and then it's halted, and then we start another one, and then it becomes a debt to the nation. So with that, if we're able to bring all this one into streamline, and he said he's going to partner the private sector, which of course is good, because government cannot get all the revenue to do the development. So as it goes to partner the private sector for this health development, I think it's a long way, it's a long overdue. Some of these projects, we must have private-public sector development. That when we all come together, we'll be able to have the needed health care. It's true, these NTDs, these non-tropical diseases that affect our people in the hinterland, it's a worrying. It's a serious concern.
Indeed.
Yes, so it's something that we need to look into seriously, because if you are healthy, you can do all things.
Right.
Yes, what's the point? You have all the financial muscles and you are not healthy. So I think these are some of the areas we should turn our attention to and support government with the private sector. We should be able to support government when it comes to the development of the health sector. So it's a welcome news. And today, his State of the Nation address looks at more unity, was creating the atmosphere of unity. Let's all come together as a citizen, as a nation. And
that's how you felt.
That's how it seems. And that's what he was trying to let the public and the nation know and realize and come together as a people, yes. That's what he was calling the opposition, government, let's all work together to develop the nation. So you see more of unity in his speech, yes.
Very well. Doc, I'll have you finish that point now on the health sector, yes.
Right, so like I was saying, the aid we're getting from the USAID is very crucial in our healthcare. Now, with that withdrawn, immediately steps will be taken to reintroduce.
Doc, I'm so sorry. Your sound is still not fit for TV yet, yes. But we'll work on it. When we do, I'll have you finish that point. Yeah. But Joseph, perhaps we should move slightly away from the health sector.
Yeah, but the president said something on the women's banking.
Yes, which we have consistently heard of. And the minority too has been very interested in this women's bank and what it could do for people. But why are you interested in that?
Yeah, you know, one of the challenges of the business community is financing. Is the cost of financing. Is it affordable? Is it available? You see, and then we know women. The informal sector is more of women than men. So when they proposed that, the motive behind that was to get the women a cheaper credit to work with. As it stands now, they go to commercial banks to go and borrow at the rate of 35%. And they are still in business. So if we are able to support them and give them a cheaper credit, as low as 5% to trade, I believe it's a long way to help the women in business. So with this women banking, but we don't know, let's wait for the budget to come out. We don't know where the funding is going to come from. That's the another concern, the major challenge. It's one thing saying, where is the funding going to come from? Maybe at the end of it, or it will come back to with the business community. When it comes and then come up with a proposal, but this afternoon he said, he reiterated that the women banking is in the budget.
The Women's Development Bank,
so let's see where the funding is going to come from.
Yeah.
But it's a good
absolutely.
thing.
And I think, for a lot of the things that the president has talked about today that require funding, he's also made clear that the finance minister will let us know when he reads the budget first week of March. Doc, I'm going to come to you. But I don't know if your microphone is working well. So I'm tempted. Well, I'm told that it is now. So let's go back to the health sector and the point you were making about the need for improved access.
Yeah. So with the USAID having withdrawn their support, government needs to take steps immediately to refill that gap, because they are supporting antiretroviral medications. Amongst the methods that we have seen in the past that help to reduce the spread of HIV, or the ABCs you have mentioned, another way of reducing the spread is the ARTs or ARVs, antiretroviral medication. So the more those who are infected or affected on their medications, the more the viral load reduces and the lesser the transmission in the population. Let us drop the number or the quantum of money we are putting into antiretrovirals. And you know, as now we give it to the patients, the people living with HIV, we give it to them for free. If they cannot afford it, trust me, poverty would let the HIV even spread more because they cannot afford the medications and man must live. So before long, the disease will start spreading more. So it's also a stopgap measure that we need to fund that gap now. Not just the HIV, but any other thing that the USAID was supporting, we must bridge that gap immediately.
But, you know, I've also heard from people within the sector talk about how even if the USAID decides that they will not issue any funding after the 90 days, it will take about 2 years before we start to feel the brunt of it. But it seems we are also scared because we have not necessarily been putting a lot of funding, you know, in some of these things. We have relied mostly on them. But I also want to quickly add, just to clarify the point, that we know that the health ministry or the presidency had made clear also that on ARTs, on ARTs, while while USAID had put in a lot of money, our government was also putting in a lot of money. As to if, you know, I haven't independently verified that, but that is the information that we are getting. And Doc, I see you want to react to that quickly.
So definitely there will be a shortfall, whichever way. There will be a shortfall, and that shortfall needs to be bridged. And I think in his speech, he also mentioned the fact that Ghana is going to be the drug manufacturing hub.
Yes, pharmaceutical manufacturing hub for
So I
West
think
Africa.
that we should also start looking there. When COVID came, we mentioned about the fact that Ghana would have to start producing vaccines. And we needed to move that drive and, as a matter of fact, prepare for future pandemics. In the same way, we should start thinking about manufacturing these medications here, and definitely we are likely to do them with the help, should I say foreign direct investment? With the help, we can.
That's something good does not want to hear.
But you see, we can some way somehow be able to manufacture these drugs here, and it will still be affordable or free for our population. So I think that if we don't bridge that gap, other things will start going up. I mean, as I said, when measles vaccines got shot in this country, it didn't take a long time for us to start seeing measles cases rise up again. I mean, one may think that we haven't seen smallpox in a long time. We haven't seen diphtheria, pertussis, and all this. It's because of the fact that children are being vaccinated all the time. The day we will stop, you see these things will rise again. The pathology or the pathogens are there. The viruses, the bacteria.
I mean, even recently we saw an outbreak of that in one of our districts, of that sort in one of our districts. But also worthy of note is the Onuado mobile healthcare. I know that it's been quite a sensation on social media, the concept of the mobile healthcare vans. To provide services for people in remote and vulnerable communities. But you would understand better how this could impact healthcare delivery.
Yeah. And yesterday I said it on another media station that I think we should look at that. If for nothing, at least we've seen Burkina Faso haven't done it. And you can have these vans that are very well equipped, I mean, designated to specific locations that can take care of a certain catchment area where the conditions are beyond. Then you have referral systems to bigger centers. But if the mountains won't go to Mohammed might go to the mountains. So we need to take the healthcare to the people, and you can have these vans. Then they are available. It will cost more than building or brick and mortar. It will cost less than brick and mortar. And you can have these things, and people can actually utilize it. It's all about access to good health, quality healthcare.
Well, gentlemen, I'm going to come back to you, and then we will digest the minority's position on some of the things that the president spoke about today. In the meantime, let's refresh our minds on what the president has been saying. Martin is here with to do just that for us. Martin, what's happening?
Well, Kavini, good to see you
yes.
and your panelists. It's interesting how the conversations have been in the last few hours. The president has just addressed the country, telling us about what exactly the state of Ghana is. But he did two things. He told us about what the NDC government found out from the outgone NPP government during the transition period and having been in power for the last 50 days, and then also made some proposals regarding how they intend to address the key challenges that they found out. Maybe we'll just touch on a few of the key things that the president highlighted in his SONA address. First of all, he talked about the reduction in the size of his government, and that was one thing many Ghanaians applauded. A few questions have arisen after that, saying that he is sticking to 60, but then some employments are also going on in the background that people may not know about. So the minority is already poking holes in that particular issue of the appointments done by the current administration. Also, the Mahama government pledged to significantly reduce presidential staffers, and also that should help them control expenditure. It's something he mentioned and said they have also done. There's an aim to reset Ghana's economy after inheriting a deep economic crisis, something earlier he referred to as a crime scene, talking about Ghana and our economic situation. And then there is also the National Economic Dialogue, which is expected to take off on the 3rd and 4th of March, where a number of the concerns raised about our economy will be discussed and addressed, so we get to find out what solutions, especially homegrown solutions, could be proffered to try and resolve the concerns about the Ghanaian economy. Specifically on the economy, though, here are some issues the president touched on. He says that Ghana's current public debt stands at 721 billion, with a B, billion cedis, with additional debts from the state-owned enterprises, where the concern about ECG came up, also COCOBOD. It says that these two key institutions and several other state-owned enterprises have compounded our debt situation. So we are currently hovering around 721 billion cedis. So definitely at that economic dialogue, it will be one of the issues that will come up on how to go about it. We are currently on an IMF program, and he says that we also exceeded our inflation. Ghana's inflation exceeded the IMF target of 18%. We currently are around 23.8%. That could actually be 24%, and says proposals and plans are in place to drop further Ghana's inflation. And our currency, the cedi, has also seen some depreciation to 19%. In fact, we lost 19% of the value of our currency in 2024. And that is actually slightly better than the value in 2023. In 2023, Ghana's cedi had depreciated to 27.8%. But in 2024, it is 19%. So it is gradually getting some appreciation, or seeing some appreciation, which hopefully can be sustained. Still on the economy and our finances as a country, the president says that there are plans to restore fiscal discipline and build buffers in the sinking fund for debt repayment. Now, the sinking fund is one that the government intends to use to offset its debts. I mean, over the years, we know that there's almost always debt for the country. So it is one of the strategies the government intends to deploy in helping claw us back out of our debts. Then there's a treasury bill rate, which he says has also decreased. The 91-day bill, for instance, fell from 28.5 to 24.4%. Very concerning, because issues about investment come up almost every now and then when inflation and treasury bills are discussed. Debt servicing for the next 4 years. What the government has to do in servicing our debt of 280 billion cedis is that they are hoping that they will gradually, like the sinking fund indicated, will be using some of those strategies to offset the debt. Our local debt currently stands at 150 billion Ghana cedis, and our external debt is 130 billion Ghana cedis. And they are key things the government intends to be working on quickly and efficiently. Let's talk about power and energy. And you heard some of the panelists discuss the concern about if Ghana needs to thrive, if the 24-hour economy is anything to go by and be implemented successfully, we need constant and stable power. And the government is saying, or President Akufo-Addo is saying that when they took office from the 7th of January 2025, they inherited 70 billion Ghana cedis in the energy sector as debt, despite a 45 billion Ghana cedi debt that had been collected from the energy sector levy. So they've been able to mobilize some revenue, but the debt is way more than the amount of money they've been able to recoup or receive from users of power and energy in the country. So there is a shortfall or a gap of further debt that needs to be cleared. Power supply challenges in the country currently are due to delayed maintenance and financial mismanagement, which buttresses the earlier point that because there is a debt, the state institutions or agencies that are supposed to be providing power are unable to do so because over the last few years, they've not had enough funding to maintain their equipment and machinery. And because of that, it is affecting output, which indirectly affects the everyday Ghanaian and specifically businesses because they even need power the most. So if you are having challenges with power supply, definitely businesses will suffer and by extension, the economy will struggle. And he says there are plans to implement private sector participation in metering and billing to curb losses. And all of this also brings up the conversation of privatizing the electricity company of Ghana, where there has been a call. Even the outgone government tried it, didn't seem to have worked out well with the PDS scandal currently still being investigated. But this government has also raised the same issue of the need to have private sector participation in the operations of the electricity company of Ghana. So on the entire value chain, they just want the private sector that would come on board to focus on how they can collect the bills, because that has been a major challenge for ECG. So government is saying that they are keenly looking at getting someone who has a track record of being good at collecting their debt or recovering money to help ECG, which still will be partly state-owned, to recover its debt and make sure that every Ghanaian and state institution pays its debt. Still on energy and the power sector, the president says there is an aim of 100% gas utilization for power production to eliminate crude oil use. And just when he said that, there were reactions on social media specifically on this, where they said that actually will be a thumbs up for the government if they're able to implement that, because comparatively in the power sector, we either are using hydro or thermal. The use of hydro before some time ago was our only source, that's Akonsombo. And over time, we now have thermal plants that run. Fortunately, our thermal system also is dual powered. We have gas and crude. Gas is relatively much cheaper. So that's why government is focusing on ensuring that we have more gas usage for our systems as compared to the dependency on fuel, because that will make it more expensive. So again, if this is anything to go by, 100% use of gas will be very beneficial to all of us, where the cost of power would fall drastically to the benefit of individuals, businesses, and the economy for that matter. The president also says they will establish a renewable energy and green transition fund. So even the name of the ministry is Ministry of Energy and Green Transition. So it looks as though the green transition component of it is very crucial to the government, which many have already commended them on, that it means that it ties even into the UN goal of climate change, where we are hoping to ensure that we do not degrade or depend too much on the natural resources of the country, but we focus on changing or getting better the usage of our power to the benefit of the Ghanaian people and the economy. Food and agriculture also came up strongly in the president's speech, where he says there are plans to cut food imports. Currently, Ghana imports over $2 billion of food that we eat and consume. It's in excess of $2 billion. And he says that we have arable lands across the country. We have capable men and women, the youth, who are hungry to get into agriculture. If they're able to fix a few things for them, we are likely to reduce the amount of money we use in importing food to just consume in the country. And one way will be to help boost local food production. So he says agriculture for economic transformation agenda, which is one of the policies they intend to roll out, will boost local food production. Poultry farm to table project. So from the poultry farm right onto your table where you can start eating, that value chain, they are looking at reducing the $300 million spent on importation of poultry alone. That's very interesting that we consume so much poultry, and this yearly, $300 million. So if the strategy the current government is anything to go by and they actually roll it out effectively, we are likely to see a reduction in poultry importation, grow local poultry, and then we can consume better. Yes, so that's where the Nkoko and Kitikiti, mantra came in. And clearly, I think it was a tease by the NPP government during the campaign period that instead of promising tangible things, President Mahama is promising Nkoko and Kitikiti.
The minority leader, when he stood up to either second or whatever that moment was, he said that they have seen it before. Where is the confirmed? Yes. But again, very nuanced conversation over there. So yeah.
And then it's good that at least the minority appreciates this particular policy. It would be, a tap on their back if they actually do support the government to implement the Nkoko and Kitikiti project, where people domestically, you can start a poultry project, and if it does grow to your own benefit, you can even sell some, and even for the egg value you get from it. So poultry farm to table project to reduce $300 million, which we spend on poultry imports. And then AgriNext program would also help about 30,000 youth to enter farming. And this particular issue also came up when the likes of John Seto Dumelo appeared before the vetting committee. He is into farming, so the bit about how we can get more younger people going into agriculture will be very beneficial to the country. The average age of the Ghanaian farmer, we are told over the last decade, is way too old. And if you have elderly people doing, laborious agricultural work, it raises a lot of concern. But if we incentivize agriculture and get more younger people taking part in it, it inures to the benefit of the entire populace. So yeah, comes back to the issue of the Nkoko and Kitikiti project, where he says that 55,000 households will be involved in the egg and poultry production. So if we actually can do this, implement, sustain, and grow it, we can even start exporting to neighboring countries that will be needing this for extra revenue. So quickly, last few minutes, then I can go back to the panel. Youth development and employment. President Nana, forgive me. The president himself said that.
Well, what are you, living in the past? It's 50 days of a new government.
No, I can be pardoned because President Mahama...
Even he himself.
He's still getting used to being...
So President Mahama says that they are looking at creating the Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment. In fact, that ministry has been created, and it is all primarily to support youth development in the country. There's the Operation Recover All Loot, which has already been launched to investigate national service ghost names and other scandalous corruption-related issues, where he has said that for the ghost names and people who perpetrated that particular act, some of them who are on the run, the president says he's going to ask that they be declared wanted. So we'll be looking at that space as well for you. There are plans for national apprenticeship program where some 10,000 youth will be trained. You see, almost every government that comes has something about youth apprenticeship, and NPP actually struggled with it, where there was a fanfare, they got about 100,000 youth. We went there, we covered it, we put it down. Then a few months down the line, many of them became redundant. Now they are demanding payment for work they probably must have done. And that cycle, if we are not careful, might recur. So maybe this particular apprenticeship program the government is proposing, they can be a bit more critical, learn from the mistakes of the previous administration and other youth programs we've had in time past, and see how we can rectify, how we can genuinely employ our youth or get them to employ or get profitable jobs to even employ their colleagues in wherever they find themselves in the country. And the Ejumera program to support 2,000 startup businesses with capital and mentorship. Again, it ties into what government intends to do by getting a lot more Ghanaian youth employed. So when you have a startup business on your own, this is the promise government is making, that if they value and realize there is something there in it, they can give you some empowerment and support you to at least grow it. And then finally, the 1 million coders program to train youth in coding and digital skills. Then the Okada conversation came up again. They didn't make it a big campaign promise in the 2024 election campaign period. However, the Okada conversation we started in 2020 is back here. This time they said they are going to regularize their operations where they can properly keep eyes on them, and even make it better by giving them electric motorbikes on hire purchase for commercial purposes. Well, so that's a quick wrap.
We have about 13 minutes to go, and I want to quickly go through my panelists before we take a break.
Yeah.
And Senor, I come back to you. 50 days.
The return of Senor.
50 days into the new government. How do you feel?
I think I was here last week. I said it clearly. The president's tone and pushing towards governance, his example has been constructive, and it's been able to carry the country along. He definitely needs...
Senor, unfortunately, we can't hear you, so I would have to move away from you, sadly. Sadly so. But Dr. Bote and Joseph Paddy, well, it seems that we have a general sound problem. We're going to have to take a quick break. When we come back, we'll pick their thoughts and then talk about the opposition's position on the matters we've heard so far.
Download OneXBet app and enjoy the variety of sports anytime, anywhere. OneXBet app, at the heart of the game.
Mommy, simple party crown to me here. I don't think I'm saying badging.
Boss, me feature. So can't meet me badging into aso. And no soon to my shime juma.
So what
Final leg of our program, our coverage of the SONA 2025. President John Dramani Mahama has delivered his address. The minorities reacted to it. Here in the studio, I have Senyo, Joseph, and Dr. Bote, who have also been reacting to all that we have seen so far. Earlier was, before we went on that break, was Martin Asiedu Date, who's given us a good refresher of the President's State of the Nation address, the very first one for his second term in office. So let me take final words from you, gentlemen. I'll start off with you, Dr. Bote. You go first.
Well, I think that it's a new dawn, as the President said. And wherever we found ourselves at the end of last year, wherever this nation found itself, there's a new dawn. We are very hopeful that things will turn out for the better. Yesterday, somebody asked me a question, and I'm even wondering how I found myself here. I said, don't worry about where you find yourself now. Just take it from here. So for me, I think as a nation, wherever we find ourselves, let's, with bold solutions, take it from here and make Ghana a better place. I mean, all forces must be marshaled, all hands on deck, and Ghana first, and let's seek the interest of Ghana. And I believe that we can make this country a better place.
Very well, Joseph.
Yes. We want to preach about hope. Let's be hopeful for the country. There's hope for the future. And then we'll be looking forward to 11th of next month, 11th March.
For the budget? For
the budget. So then we can interrogate it. And we see some of the things that the President spoke about, how it's going to be funded, and then where we will partner the private sector for national development. So,
is there anything in particular Guta would be looking forward to?
Yeah, we'll be looking forward for some of the scrap of some of the taxes. Yes, the nuisance taxes, the obnoxious taxes, that they might go off the books. Yes, because then compliance level can go up. And they also support government to what to do to get the needed revenue to develop the country, to support government to get. Because you see, our economy is so much of informal sector. But the informal sector, we always complain, only 30% are in the tax net. 70% are outside the tax net. So what can we do to bring those 70%? It should come to our doorsteps. We will collaborate with them and we'll tell them. Yes.
To do that. Yes. Fantastic. Senor.
We heard from the President. I don't disagree with his version of the state of the nation. He's gone outside telling us what the state is to share his policy outlook. I find them hopeful, ambitious, but I'm also concerned about its achievability. But to do this, the President has a very short window. Let's get it straight. He's not running again. In 1.5 years exactly from now, a lot of his appointees will be focused on either trying to realign towards getting the nominee to replace him and all that. So there'll be a major shift, and the President to deliver all these goals that is actually setting. He has a constitution that gives him so much power, that enables him to be able to achieve these things very quickly. It needs him to build a proper accountable governance system. Accountability on the part of his people, transparency as far as his targets are concerned. He has to be clear about it. I will go with the Jack Wells principle. I set my targets for you. The outcomes are conceptual, they are practical, they are measurable. And if you don't deliver it, I look for the weakest 20% in a year and I sack you. All right? The weakest 20% in a year, you are fired. Let everybody's goals and targets be clearly defined, measurable and transparent to the whole country. You measure it, and when you take decisions, everybody sees that there's rationality behind it. Everybody will wake up and make sure that this man has to achieve something. I must make sure I deliver it, else I'll be the one heading out. But we wish him well, and we're all here to support him conceptually, strategically, and give him the political space that he needs. But that political space will wane in not more than 2 months from now.
Gentlemen, thank you so much for your thoughts and being here on our coverage. But remember that this document, the President's speech that is, will be subjected to a lot of interrogation because there are a whole lot of issues we haven't tackled as far as this document is concerned. Do join us at 7 p.m. for News 360, and then Alfred Okanse would be on your television at 10 p.m. for Ghana Tonight, where this document will be subjected to very severe interrogation, so to speak. I'm Kemeni Amano. Thank you for your company. Bye-bye.
This program is rated PG. It contains scenes of brief nudity, mild violence, and strong language. Parental guidance is advised.